The year is 1991. Birds and people are living together in seemingly perfect harmony, until one day a young man catches fire. This is Phoenix.
Baby, can you pray, pray tonight? Baby, can you pray, pray for? Oh, baby, can you pray? Is every time you make in time? It's only to the end, so pray tonight. So you won't for every run that we have, surrounded, I know it. But I'll be ready every day, know everything's alright. Are you gonna pray? Are you gonna pray tonight? pray, pray, pray for me and fast. Baby, pray, pray, pray for me and fast. Baby, pray, pray, pray for me and fast. Gotta pray, pray, pray for me and fast. Baby, pray, pray, pray for me and fast. Baby, pray, pray, pray for me and fast. Baby, can we pray tonight? Baby, can we pray fast? Oh, baby, can you pray? It's every time you make on time. It's only to the end, so pray tonight.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome to the 4 hours of Barcelona. We are just getting started with the 30 minutes qualifying session before a 4-hour race, and it is already getting ready to go. We see cars now exiting the pit lane. Spinner is the first car out of the pit lane. I imagine he will set a good benchmark lap time. And the driver to watch for our free practice session was the number 24 with the fastest lap, was doing a low 43, a 43.1, which is the sort of lap time we expect to see at the front of the grid, maybe even a 42 if the driver in that 24 Nico is able to push to the absolute limit. It will give us a good reference marker for the track, but right now Spinner is the driver to watch as he is first out of the pit lane. We will see as he carves the way for the rest of the drivers and sees what these conditions are like for the 4 hours endurance. It will be roughly the same conditions throughout the full race. I can't imagine we're going to see huge changes or any sort of wet weather. It would be nice to see some wet weather on track, but that is not something that I can put a lot of money on. I don't imagine we're going to get any wet weather racing here today. But we will have plenty of sunny weather, and it's really going to be a test of consistency. With no mandatory pit stop today, drivers will have to plan their pit stops accordingly. See how long they can go on a single tank, as we are going to go on board with the bonnet of this McLaren driver and down the main straight, down the pit straight to start the very first lap of qualifying. We'll see a break just around the 100 marker. He'll go right over the green stuff on the left if he is pushing flat out, but I think he's driving a little bit safer and misses that first apex just a little bit. So it is a banker lap from the McLaren driver, and it will be a decent banker lap. I'm expecting a 44 or a 45 by the end of this lap. Good grip from the McLaren, as you can see, showcasing why it is one of the stronger cars. Here at Barcelona, it is not quite as strong a car as the other ones, but we do have custom BOP running on the server. BOP just meaning balance of performance. It's why the cars are so competitive, why you can have a Ferrari, a McLaren, and a BMW all fighting for the same position. That is down to balance of performance. And it will hopefully sway how the fight this race goes, as Spinner goes through the second sector and closes in on the third. He will close in on the third very rapidly down this back straight, where we may well see an overtake during the race. It's a little bit of a riskier spot to go for a move, but if you have the opportunity, it is a brilliant spot to do so, especially considering it leads into the third sector. And third sector, while full of opportunity to make a lot of moves, is going to be quite tricky to stay with a faster car through. A Spinner runs just a little bit wide of the corner, and that will be a big mistake for his banker lap time, and set him a little bit off the pace. So we will have some big improvement to make as we go through. As you can see, that is the Fever car right behind him, the number 74, as they will also cross the line. Spinner with a what lap time? A 1:47, so very far off the pace. Fever across the line, a 44.1, and Ivan across the line with a 45.3. So a couple decent lap times so far, and a 43.1 is the benchmark lap time for Nico. A phenomenal lap, matching his free practice best. So his free practice lap might not have been a quali lap, or it might just be an exceptional out lap from him. But we will go on board with him to see what he's able to do for the remaining lap after his qualifying. A little bit tired this morning. Not even this morning anymore. It is afternoon for me, but just a little bit tired today. He is off the pace. 2/10 down on his lap, and at these sort of lap times, 2/10 down is quite a lot, so he will have to claw his way back into some lap time, as he does gain a 10th through that corner, so he knows that he has at least an extra 10th in the tank. He can do a 42 here if he needs to, and if he pushes hard enough, as he gains another half 10th through that sector. So good gains from the Ferrari driver, but still down on his lap time. And as he goes across into the third sector, it will be a little bit of time gained, a little bit of time lost. I think he was just a little bit too late on the brakes there, as he lost the lap time that he was gaining. And now into that third sector. Dealing with the chicane is going to be quite tricky for some of our drivers, as he slows down to set himself up for a proper flying lap. Next driver to cross the line, if I can see, will be the 674, as they go through the chicane. You can see just a little bit shy of the apexes there. Chicane will send a car flying if you do hit those sausage curbs. And across the line, what time is it going to be? It is an out lap, so he is not going to get a lap time from that. But he will be able to set a valid lap time now as he goes through the first corner and goes on to his lap. Go Nico! I'm seeing a Nico supporter in the chat. He is rapid right now. I'm not sure he's going to be contested by very many drivers, but there's plenty of drivers I've never seen race on the track right now. So some of our usual drivers I don't think we're going to see much of towards the front. We will see a lot of fighting in the mid-pack, and our regular drivers are very experienced with fighting, so we expect to see some clean battles from them as the race goes on. I don't think we have any previous championship winners on track right now, which is unfortunate. As the Ferrari behind, can't see what number they are, but they are actively being blocked by the BMW. BMW is on a valid lap, so they have all the rights to stay in front and will not receive a penalty unless they invalidate and do not give way the moment that they invalidate. But right now, they are perfectly fine to continue as is, and the Ferrari just loses it on corner exit. A little bit too much power, I think, and a very odd spot to lose the car. I don't think you usually see a Ferrari lose it on the power, let alone so late into the corner. So maybe accidentally turn the TC. Maybe they are optimizing the TC, turning it down to 0 for corner exits. Apologies. Then it was a 147.3 from the BMW driver, so not quite on the pace that they need to be. The leaders right now setting a 43.1 still. Nico on slight improvement. He is just through the first sector, but the first sector was his struggle before on his previous lap, so there is a good chance that he can gain. As 0-0 into that second sector, and the second sector is where we saw him gain 0.2 of a second before, and right now it's going to be a loss of 0.2 of a second, so it's not going to be a good lap time from Nico just yet. We are looking for that 42. 42 would be a fantastic lap time to see, well beyond what a lot of the drivers here in Phoenix have done at Barcelona. Barcelona is quite a tricky track. I can speak from experience there. Not a track that I tend to favor, but a lot of drivers here in Phoenix do tend to enjoy driving Barcelona. I don't know that they are particularly fond of hot lapping at Barcelona. Racing here is a lot more enjoyable, as the Fever car will flash his lights at the McLaren. McLaren just gives way in time. It will be a little bit of a slight improvement from the Fever car as they go across the line, losing a little bit of time. And across the line, it's not going to be very much improvement, only a sliver of a tenth of a second. That's not going to do anything in the long run. He does need to gain 0.7 to catch up to Nico. So Fever has his work cut out for him. And the car directly behind him, not on improvement currently. I believe they are on an outlap, as they are 3 seconds off the pace. And driver directly behind them in the Lamborghini, in the standings at least, is also on an outlap. They will get their lap in shortly here. They will set themselves up, get a nice wide line through the chicane, carry as much speed on exit as they can, and across the line, it will be all on them to set a good lap time. And just a third of the way through qualifying, so plenty of time left on the table for these drivers, and the track conditions will slightly improve as time goes on. Hello everyone who is chatting in the Twitch chat. I did see your messages, I did read them. Do not be afeared. And I hope you'll be here for the 4 hours. It's going to be a very long race, so plenty of opportunity for drivers to make moves, to make mistakes, more importantly. The mistakes are going to be costly here at Barcelona, especially without a mandatory pit stop. Any wear or excess wear on these tires is really going to put the driver back, because you're going to be going for, I don't know, maybe an hour 30 stints if you are playing the long game here. So it's not entirely about pace for this race, because you can make these tires and fuel last for a very long time. He's getting the white flag shown to him, so there is a slow car up ahead. He will be a little bit cautious with that. He is up on his lap, if barely, but that if barely is enough to take P3, a podium position potentially on the table here for the Lamborghini driver with a very, very nice livery. We will go through on the grid once all the drivers are stationary to look at the various liveries, because I know we have some fantastic liveries to showcase on track today. And it's hard to show them all off in qualifying. Pardon me. So across the line, it's going to be not the improvement he wanted. Loses time through the chicane, and that will put him under threat from Sam. Sam's son behind is on a little bit of improvement, but it is just the first sector, so plenty of time for him to make a mistake and lose that lap time. And speaking of, he does lose a tenth of a second through the second no, third, fourth, whatever corner that was. He does lose his time, so this will not be a good lap time from Sam. He will back out of it and not go for the lap anymore. Lamborghini back on his lap is on a little bit of improvement. He does need to gain just a tenth, little over a tenth of a second. He needs to gain 0.105 seconds in order to tie with P3. P3, P2, and P1 all in the pit lane right now. So none of them are on a lap time for this session. So it's all for the Lamborghini to gain. No contesting his lap time just yet. Lots of drivers in the pit lane. I think they're just waiting for later on in the qualifying, happy with their banker laps, and well, there's also the chance that they are switching with their teammates. I did forget that this is a 4-hour endurance race with team swaps, and we do have a couple of drivers with teammates, namely Darkness and Kevin Barfield. Kevin, who is now in the car. I think it was Darkness a little bit earlier, so we will see what Kevin can do, see if he can't improve his team standings in the qualifying session. I don't know many of the other teams, so if you are part of a team, do shout yourself out in the Twitch chat right now. I would love to see who's here watching as the Lamborghini takes P3 while I was not looking. So that will be him up into P3 as we see the leader finally back out of the pit lane. He will go again to try and set a better lap time. See if he can't get into the 42s. It would be a monumental effort to do so, but I would love to see that sort of a lap time. Big improvement from the number 67 as he is 4/10 up. That will be enough to set him up quite a few positions and potentially more if he can continue this improvement. Just halfway through his lap and now entering the third sector. Whether or not he will be able to improve any further is to be seen, and he is on a little bit of improvement, a little bit of a down. It's going up and down as it goes throughout the lap, and right now 3/10 of an improvement as he goes through the final few corners. He just needs to hold on to the lap time, get a good exit, and carry the speed. Loses a little bit of time, gains a little bit of time. It's very, very shaky right now for his lap time. 4/10 up, 3/10 now, 3.5 as we go across the line. And will it be a position gained? It will be a position gained. It will be several positions gained up into P5 for the number 67. That's Sam down a place, but only just barely with 0.01 of a second separating him and the number 67. So unfortunate for him that such a small margin of error caused such a small gain in lap time. And now if you look at the standings, quite a few drivers are actually running quite close. The battle for P3 is still ongoing with multiple drivers in the fight. But it is to be seen whether or not the drivers will be able to get the improvement they need in order to take that position. Lamborghini has set himself up with a 1/10 of a second barrier. It's almost enough to be safe, but not quite. And with the cars behind, they are actively threatening. Some of the potential gains for these cars are quite close. Fastest car through all sectors right now is the number 24, the P1 driver of Nico. He is currently holding P1, not on an improvement, though he is on a lap time. And right now, P5 is on another improvement. The 67 set quite a good lap time last lap. Well, now he is improving that further and potentially challenging for the podium position as another driver overtakes him. Sam takes back his P5. Sam will be upset to realize that the number 67 has done it again, and he takes the position. Will he be P3? He will be P3 by less than a 1/10 of a second. So now the Lamborghini, who is currently in the pit lane, is being threatened for his potential podium and gets kicked off the podium down into P4. He will be challenged by the driver currently in P5, the number 30 Ferrari. Doesn't quite manage it as they cross the line. A 1:44.555 for the number 30 as their personal best right now. And they have a 144.467 to beat. So they do need to improve by a tenth of a second. It's easily possible. And as the track conditions do slightly improve with the qualifying session, we should see some more improvement from drivers as Nico does improve a little bit, does go down a little bit. His lap time jumping up and down, and we will keep an eye on him to see if there's any improvement. But right now, P1, P3, P4, no, not P4, P5, P6 are all not on improvement. They're all on bad laps. Kelly is on a little bit of improvement, a driver who has placed himself very far up in the standings for the main championship and has scored himself P3 in the GT2s. Very, very quick in GT2 cars, so where the track gets more difficult, we expect to see Kelly improve in performance. Right now, he is potentially in the fight for this podium position, but he does need some big improvement to contest those positions, and right now he's not getting the improvement he needs with just under a tenth of a second gained, and you can see just a little bit too little speed carried through, and that's going to cost him big time down this straightaway. The straightaway is very, very critical to carry the speed, and a little bit too much speed at the apex. You can hear how late he has to get on the throttle, and that's really where the big time difference is made up in that corner. Whether or not you nail the brakes properly and get on the throttle at the apex is very important. If you're having to get on the throttle after the apex, you're going to really struggle, especially in a car like the Ferrari, where that little bit of a turbo lag will cost you, and you're not going to get quite the pace you need out of the car. And across the line, it's a 0-0 for him, but it is a good potential. It shows him where he has lap time to gain and where he can potentially improve his lap time and take a better position. Well, hello, Nico. Welcome to the stream. You are doing fantastic. I didn't even notice you did a 42.990. That is a fantastic lap time, and well. It's hard to say anyone's going to contest you. I'm hoping Fever puts up a good fight here, as he is 0.6 behind. It is possible for him to gain that time, although it is unlikely. Currently, the lap times are quite close through Sector 1. Sector 2 is really the only spot where he's losing a lot of lap time to you. So if he can keep up in that middle sector, he will actually put up a great fight, possibly a mistake through Sector 2, as he hasn't done very many laps on track. You could do a little bit better, but it's not going to be much improvement. Doing constant laps here in qualifying is not going to prepare you for a 4-hour race. It is 4 hours after all. Plenty of time to gain. It's all about consistency here. And top of the charts right now, very consistently quick, will pay off in the race long as there is no mistakes. Most drivers not on improvement right now. We are seeing some big improvement from the back of the grid. This will put him up into the top 10 if he's able to hold on to this lap from Tristan, as he goes through into the third sector, into that back straight. 0.4 of improvement, but he did clip the curb, and that's costly for his lap time as it drops down 0.3, now 0.2. Braking does finally reset that, and he's no longer losing time. He is gaining back some lap time, so plenty of time for him to gain in the car. He can potentially go P8, maybe P7, if he gets his grips on the track and manages to get a nice lap time. His potential best is far, far better than his current best. And a lot of drivers have potential bests that are very, very nice, as the P10 McLaren goes through the final sector, and he is on big improvement. Half a second gained from him. That will be enough to put him up into P8 if he's able to hold on to it, but he's not able to hold on to it as he goes wide of the corner and invalidates his lap time. So he has half a second to gain, but unfortunately loses it at the last minute. Driver who I was not watching improves on a lap time. I can't see who it was, but they did move themselves up into a very nice position. I believe that was Kevin Barfield, putting that 8.16 BMW up into a good place. That's going to be suffocating, setting it just in front of Kevin and just in front of Mesquite's. I think that's how you pronounce that, Nicholas. And the 130 will be exiting the pit lane now, or entering the pit lane now. Wonder if they are trading off with their teammate to let their teammate take the car. But Ollie puts himself up into P10, and a nice lap from him. One he can improve from and put himself up into potentially P8, maybe even P7 if he's pushing hard enough. Kelly across the line doesn't manage to improve on his lap time, I don't believe, but will be on a good lap time here as he runs just a little bit over the curb. Does gain lap time with it though. Loses lap time, but he should gain it on the exit of this corner as he goes very, very wide, holds onto it. Does lose a little bit of lap time. I think he got off the throttle, scared himself a little bit. I think he might have been able to hold it if he held the throttle there and ended up with a good exit. He is still up on his lap, just barely. And the driver directly behind him is up on his lap, but they will not improve enough to take the lap time away. The Bentley here is not a car we expected to see, but it is a very welcome sight on the grid. We do enjoy a good Bentley driver. And driver who has not set a very good lap time, Kiri at the back of the grid, is still in the pit lane, so they will have to exit the pit lane soon. If they do want to set a lap, we will take a minute to look at some of the liveries on track, as we don't really have much of a fight for any position right now. We will keep our eye on Kelly as he is on improvement, so we will go over to him shortly here. We have Ben, a driver we have seen before. I recognize the name. I'm not sure they have raced for Phoenix before, so it is nice to see them on track today. Not on an improvement, but we can hope to see good things from them in the race as Kelly exits the final corner, loses all of his lap time in that final corner, so he will need just a good exit. And to cross the line, it's not going to be what he needs. He will stop the car, return to pits, and I believe he will go for another lap after this. Fever is the driver to watch right now, as he does go wide, loses the lap time, but he is really the only person who can challenge Nico. And I would love to see these drivers fight for that top spot, as you never really want to see just a driver run away with it. It's that stage of qualifying where a lot of drivers are done with their laps, a lot of drivers are in the pit lane waiting for the perfect time to set their final lap times. I don't think we'll see very many drivers improving. Ollie is really the only driver we see on improvement right now, and he is going 5/10 up on his lap, make it 4/10 as he crosses through the third sector and loses just a little bit of time. I think he carried too much speed on exit, and again, just a big snap from the Ferrari on the exit of that corner. And we saw another Ferrari spin out there earlier in the qualifying session. I wonder if it is something with the Ferraris here that is just not allowing them to get the pace they need. So he will not improve on this lap. Does go off the track, but that will be a good exit for him to set a next lap. Just about 4 laps left in this qualifying session for the drivers. Make it 5 if they are almost done with their current lap time. As Fever crosses the line, we will go on board with him and see what he's able to do. As through the first sector, you can see how close he gets to the curbs, how close he gets to those sausages. If you do hit those sausages, it does upset the car quite a bit. And through this sector, this is one of the trickiest corners on track. It's about when you hit that throttle, and really when you can gain time or lose time hitting the throttle too early, and you lose time too late, and you lose time. So it's all about the perfect spot, and it's not at the apex, because you do have to watch out. We are in GT cars and not F1 cars, so there's not a whole lot of grip for offer through the long sweeping corners. Don't have as much downforce, as he does run very wide. That's going to be an invalid lap for him, and that is not going to be a good lap time either, as the Lamborghini driver also on a little bit of improvement as they start their lap. Did lose it through the sweeping corner, and that sweeping corner is a killer here. It really is going to ruin tires as well for these very, very long stints. After all, drivers have 4 hours of driving with no mandatory pit stops, so they can go as long or short as they want. They can pit every single lap, or they can try to go the full 4 hours without pitting. But it's up to them. It's up to them what they choose to do. And we will see plenty of strategies in the air. I will try to figure out what strategy each driver is running. But it's not always an easy call what strategy they're running. A livery that is simple and nice with the 34. I like that it's just something simple. It stands out and it looks nice. And that's really all a livery needs to do. It just needs to look good enough on track. And, well, this certainly fits the bill. As across the third sector line, they are on improvement, and that might be enough for them to go up maybe a position or two. As P2 dives into the pit lane, that will be the end of their session if they don't get out in the next 12 seconds. After all, your outlap is going to be about a 1:44, even if you set a really, really fast lap time, because you are just not on ideal tire pressures just yet. As the McLaren loses time in that final sector, and that's going to be costly, as Ollie in front is up on his lap time as he goes into the third sector. So Ollie potentially gaining 2, 3, maybe even 4 positions here if he can get this lap time secured. But he can't get it quite secured just yet, as very, very wide of the corner, loses a little bit of time on exit, and now around the sweeping right-hander, a corner that is brutal. He does miss the apex a little bit. That's going to cost him lap time in the long run. And another missed apex is going to cost him even more lap time. So across the line, is he going to improve his position, or is he going to bank on a final lap? He is going to improve his lap time as he crosses the line with 1.5 tenths gained. Will it be up a position? It will be up 1 position, and potentially 2 if he can improve by 0.2 of a second on this next lap. Kelly in the pit lane in front of him will not improve on his lap time. Nico will not improve on his lap time. Fever will not improve on his lap time. Cabrera will not improve on his lap time. Ben will not improve on his lap time. Kiri and Thomas will both not improve on their lap time. The number 30 Ferrari will not improve on his lap time, so these positions are almost secured, and the Lamborghini across the line is on improvement. This will be enough for him to take P3 in this qualifying session. So across the line, it is 1/10 gained, just barely 1/10 gained. It's almost not enough. As he crosses the line, it will just barely be enough for him to gain the position by 0.003 of a second. He improves his lap time. He will need a good lap time here to protect himself from the number 67. As, no, they will not need to protect themselves, as the number 67 is not going to get a lap in. They are on an outlap right now, and they are not going to cross the line in time. The Bentley driver here is on an improvement. It's almost enough of an improvement for them to take P6. It'd be wonderful for them to do so, but they will have to fight for it with the RVR in front of them on quite a good lap time. The RVR, I believe, are the team that joined with 4 different drivers. I believe Silverin might be part of that team. You are right. The number 6 Ferrari jumped up a position. I didn't even notice that on my timing board. So the Lamborghini no longer holds that podium position. That lap time he lost at the end was critical, and it did lose him the position in the long run. He was up a 10th, maybe even a 10.5, but he lost that time across the line, and that was enough for the Ferrari to take P3. Bentley does not improve his position. He does improve his lap time. So it's a nice consolation prize for him. And final drivers across the line are not improving their lap time. Spinner is down 0.4 of a second, so he will come across the line with no time gained. And next driver is not on a valid lap. They are going to pull over and return to the pit lane. So Spinner into the pit lane, essentially. He has no time to gain here, and we'll just park the car. So that is our final order for the qualifying session. That's Nico in P1 in the Ferrari, Fever in P2, also in the Ferrari, the P3, the number 6 of Sam Sun in a Ferrari. So we have a Ferrari, a triple Ferrari at the front. We have the Lamborghini of Ivan in P4, and we have, I don't want to mess up your name. I don't remember your name. What is your name? See if we can't see. Lucas in P5 in the Ferrari. Lots of Ferraris at the front of the grid. Ferrari is quite a strong car here. It may not be the fastest with the BOP. All cars will be equal, but it is one of the simpler cars to get a good lap time here. And that really will play a part in this race. While it is not faster, it is easier to drive, and that ease of driving will make it great for the endurance race. The Lamborghini is also a little bit of an easier car to drive. McLaren is quite a handful here. Bentley, getting the Bentley up into P7 is quite impressive. It is a boat, as we all know. Even with the weight removed, it is a heavy, heavy car. It's hard to push around. Porsche for an endurance race is a very interesting choice, but it is a very good car for single lap pace. Fortunate to see it down in P10. Should be much farther up on the grid than McLaren. McLaren's all at the back of the grid. McLaren should be quite good here. It has gotten some recent tweaks from Kunos to make it balanced here, and our BOP says that it is the benchmark lap time. So it is a handful to drive. It's a very difficult car to drive here at Barcelona, so I can't blame them much. I have the hiccups. Can't blame them much for being so far back. The BMW at the back of the grid, and followed by a Ferrari. So quite a diverse selection in this qualifying session, but Nico is the highlight of the session with 0.6 to P2. It's really just going to be about setting consistent lap times for the Ferrari driver, and he is brand new to the league. I hope he will drive with us for the championship season, because another fast driver on track would be wonderful to see. We did finish up our season of racing, and with next season, we have a lot of our faster drivers returning to the track, so it'll be interesting to see how it goes as the season goes on. Flynn will be doing the commentating. I will not be doing the commentating, but I am here for the commentating of the 4-hour race because we could not get anyone better. I'm sure that is the reasoning they provided. But right now we have the DSRT Ferrari in P1. And what a beautiful livery it is. It's simple, but it is nice. And we like these simple liveries. I believe that is his Twitch channel if anyone wants to go check him out. He might be live streaming the race. I will have to check afterwards if he is live streaming the race. A number 74 Ferrari in P2 with another simple black and red livery. This one has a Phoenix, I believe, on the side. So Phoenix E-Racing, I don't believe they are affiliated with Phoenix SimSport, so they are a separate Phoenix. So cool to see Phoenix Racing in Phoenix SimSport, but not Phoenix. And the next car on the grid, a very, very bright livery on the grid, the number 6 Ferrari with that wonderful Red Bull livery. Very, very bright neon colors, so they will be hard to miss on track. The next car on track, one of my personal favorites. I do like the messy livery, and it looks nice. It's not messy in a bad way, it's messy in a good way. And I think these sort of liveries look really, really good, where they're just plastered with stickers and images and all sorts of things. Nothing on the bumpers. I should be checking the bumpers. We like to write fun stuff on the bumpers. Number 67 does not have the livery. I don't believe they are running a custom as they are running the endgame. You can see the slight bit of purple. Oh, that is a custom livery. They added the purple, so a very simple custom livery. I did one of those before. They are very, very nice. The number 30, just a default in-game livery. And same with the Bentley. And here is the classic Italian stallion that all of my returning Phoenix drivers know and love or hate, and it is driven by Joel Kelly. Finally back at the Ferrari. I know he complained a lot about the BMW. He was struggling with the BMW car, so now he's finally back in his Ferrari where he feels at home, where he has the pace. Now he just needs to get back into the groove of it. A new Ferrari we have not seen just yet, the number 757. Same livery as the McLaren, but it is in a Ferrari. So, very, very nice. It is simple, but it looks very, very good. And no bumper sticker, unfortunately. Minus points for that. This is a default in-game Porsche livery, but it looks very, very nice with the metallic. The number 95 of Wabi McQueen, a livery that we have seen many, many times before, and hope to continue to see many, many times over, as it is a very, very nice livery. With that being said, a new livery, one I shouted out a little bit, is the Midnight Racing Team. I do enjoy the name. I do enjoy the livery. It's simple, and I believe it would look very, very good at midnight. I believe you might have made this for the old McLaren. Judging by the decals, you have just transferred it over to the new McLaren. It's a slightly different front end. This is another custom livery. I do not know what's on the side of the car, but it is nice, simple, uses the in-game stuff well. I can't read what that says on the side, unfortunately. We have the Bowser racing car, the Wowzer Bowser. Oh, that's funny. And this is driven by Kevin and Darkness, two drivers who have usually sat in the midfield. We expect to see good things from them. Kevin is quite a consistent driver. Darkness is a learning driver who is improving steadily as we have gone on. And the Bowser shell on top of the car is not missed. The mobile chicanes is plastered on the side of the car. An advertisement from another team. And the new Phoenix SimSport livery in as low a resolution as I think you could have gotten it. And here is here's Ben in his McLaren. We are running out of time. This is an ACM livery. That's where I recognize it from. ACM driver finally joins us for a Phoenix SimSport race. The number 757 again. And final car to look at is Kiri with that Shining Diamonds livery. I believe it's a Shining Diamonds livery. But we will go ahead and get ready for the formation lap. We'll go on board with the second place driver. Second place is usually the spot I like to watch the start of the race. Second place can be attacked by P3 and can fight for P1. So two different ways it can go depending on the drivers and how they choose to drive. I am losing my mouse. Where is my mouse? Give my mouse back. Didn't want to hand my mouse back. That's a little bit frustrating. Give me my mouse. So, right now, we are just on the formation lap. Sorry, a little bit of silence. I'm like trying to do 100 things at once and get everything working smoothly for the race. So we do have quite a few cars on track, and 18 cars is going to be quite a lot for an 4-hour endurance race. Should be plenty of battles going on at all times. I hope we don't have anything settle down too much. I would like a fight from start to finish. Would be quite enjoyable, and it will be quite a long race here. Formation lap, of course, is where we will get a good opportunity to talk about some of the features of this racetrack that the drivers will have to contest with. We just went through the first sector. The corner that we just went through is quite a tricky corner. You don't have great braking references, and going side by side through there, you lose a lot of those references that you do have, so there's a lot of different spots on track. This is going to be a very difficult spot to overtake. It's an easy spot to make mistakes. We've seen incidents here where drivers have spun out, lost control of the car, and were unable to avoid a collision with another car. Down this back straight, a driver can get a very good exit and make a good dive into the next corner. Next corner has a very, very difficult braking zone, so plenty of opportunity to make a move if you are very brave on the brakes, but that bravery on the brakes comes at a cost, as this is a much tighter corner than it looks like, and running over that sausage curb on exit will lose you a significant amount of time. Being side by side through this section will be quite difficult to do. It is possible. This long sweeping corner right here has a very interesting quirk with just how long it is. You do most of your braking in the corner and almost none of it before, and most of your throttle in the corner, but it's all about where. This next corner that they just went through has a very interesting braking zone. It's hard to find a good reference for it, so it's mostly about feel, and the chicane is all about how far to the side you can get before the corner, as drivers will now line up 2 by 2 to start off this race. Fever in P2, Nico in P1, Sun in P3, and Ivan in P4. We will see what they're able to do as we go across the line, getting ready to start 4 hours of racing here at Barcelona for Phoenix SimSport, the final race of Season 8, and it's green, 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 and away we go. And it's a good launch from all drivers, staying fairly even as they go through into Turn 1. Nico with a slightly better launch than the driver in P2, and the driver in P3 is contesting for the P2. A big dive from the Bentley is going to collide with the Ferrari, and it's a big incident at the back of the grid that sends the front two on their merry way, and a big off for Kelly, who is on that outside line, rejoins next to a Ferrari who nearly runs him off the road. And now it's Bentley who made a huge dive up into P4 with the Lamborghini in P3. The Ferrari that I believe might have gotten hit off the road in farther back of the grid. That is the Ferrari right there. Sun in P6, so he has more than doubled. No, he has doubled his positions. He's gone from P3 to P6 after that collision, and he will be quite upset about it. In P7, Carbera. I don't know if they have gained a position from the start, but they have gained 5 positions from the start, so they are one of the biggest benefiters of the race so far. And next biggest one is the Bentley, but the Bentley may well end up with a penalty here if that move was deemed too late, and it could well be deemed too late. But I don't think the McLaren had any incidents, so they've just gained 5 positions for free, starting P12 on the grid and moving up significantly. Very, very nice from them. Fever is still right behind the leader, nearly crashing into him in the braking zone. He's close enough that he does have to adjust his braking based off of the car in front just about. And across the pit straight, did see he lost a little bit of time. He had to brake more than I think he would have liked to. I think that was a bit of an uncomfortable braking zone for him. The Lamborghini behind, 3 seconds back from P2. So P2 and P1 are pretty much free to fight or run away for all they care. And the Bentley in P4 making up a lot of positions, but whether or not those positions will be lost with a penalty is to be seen. As Sun makes up a move, we will just go back and see if we can't catch the move and how it was made. It looks like just a simple dive down the inside. Replay did not go back far enough for that, but just a simple dive down the inside will gain him the position, and now he should be able to run away from the car behind him, as he was one of the faster drivers of this race. He should be able to catch up to the drivers in front, who are fighting actively. Kiri loses a position to Lucas, who is fighting Darkness for P14 right now, and can potentially gain the position. This is the closest fight on track right now, and it's for the back of the grid. And this is really where consistency comes into play. These drivers don't always have the pace, but some of them do, and sometimes it's all about consistency. As Lucas goes around the outside, Darkness is going to hold it down the inside, and he's just going to squeeze on that outside line, holds the position, says, "No, you are not taking this from me," and holds onto that place. Kiri is under threat from, I believe that is Thomas behind. We will learn your names eventually. Big Train battling for P7 right now with Carbera still Cabrera? Cabrera. I think it's Cabrera. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, Tristan. I will just try to stick to Tristan. Big threat from the Ferrari behind. Will he go for the dive bomb? No, he will not. Porsche is safe for now. Porsche has gained positions from his starting position of P10, so he is up into P8. I believe Ollie's moved up a position. Kelly has lost positions, but we expect Kelly to push forward as he is faster than the cars in front of him right now. He did qualify better after all. And it is a very, very long race. 4 hours of racing is no joke to scoff at, especially for the drivers running solo. 4 hours solo is roughly what the 24-hour cars do. Don't want to do more than 4 hours in the car and a single stint, although I believe some of our sim drivers here have done upwards of 7, maybe even 8. I think 8 is the upper threshold of what is feasible in the car. That's a full work shift in the car as the Porsche makes the move, and very nice move, takes the position away from the McLaren, and now that's going to give Ollie a chance as the McLaren is going to be on the back foot, makes a big mistake into this corner. That will give Ollie a great run. That will give Kelly a great run as Ollie makes the same mistake following suit. So now Kelly is closing in, and Kelly has the pace. Maybe he will wait for the straightaway. I expect to see him make the move on the straight. If anywhere he is going to make the move. And now down onto the straightaway. Thomas makes a position up on Curie. So the battle for P16 continues on. The battle for P8 is the one we're interested in right now. That Porsche has done a monumental lap to pull himself away from Thomas. No, from Tristan. To build up a little bit of a gap. You can see how much the gap has opened. And Ollie is pushing to make up this position. I believe Ollie is the quicker driver in this situation, as Tristan had gained a lot of positions on the start, and Ollie was farther on the grid for qualifying. So Ollie was the quicker driver in qualifying, getting a little bit of out of shape in that Ferrari. That will give Kelly a little bit of an opportunity here, as another big mistake from the Ferrari driver is just going to give Kelly the encouragement to keep pushing and keep trying to make the move. Nico has run away with the lead with 2 seconds to P2, and a big mistake from Fever has sent him back. And big mistake from Nico sends him back, but the gap has stayed very consistent at 2 seconds, losing a little bit of time. I should have thought about food, as I am quite hungry. And I believe a lot of the drivers, if they are, I don't know quite what time they're driving. It is a move around the outside for Ollie to take that position away from the McLaren. McLaren getting all out of shape, and that will give Kelly a good chance going into the chicane, going into the straightaway. The McLaren behind brakes a little bit too late to make anything work, and Kelly will have to push, and see if he can't gain now that the pressure has been relieved from Webby behind. As down the main straight, will there be enough of a slipstream? I don't think he's gaining as much as he wants to, but the McLaren will go defensive. Kelly will brake hard on the outside line, see if he can't send it around the outside. Not an opportunity, potentially, for the switchback, as Kelly looks for it, but he's not able to make it stick, and he's still going to be stuck behind Tristan for the time being. We'll just go ahead and look at some of the statistics. Fastest driver on the straight line right now is the Bentley. Bentley is our fastest car with 268 kilometers per hour. That's 2 kilometers per hour faster than P1 and 4 faster than all of the rest of the Ferraris. Most of the Ferraris doing 264 kilometers per hour. So that difference does add up, especially when these drivers are setting those fastest times, or fastest lap speed trap times. I don't know why I can't think of it, but they are setting it in the slipstream, some of these drivers, so it is interesting to see the compromise that some of these Ferraris have had to make, losing the straight line speed and gaining for their cornering and lap time performance. And that will be a little bit in play here with Kelly behind the McLaren. He's not going to quite gain the lap time that he wants. Lucas gains the position to Ben. So Ben falls back into P13. Lucas into P12. And I wonder where that move was made. Probably into the third sector. Is it going to be a dive into this corner? Oh, wow. And a big dive from very, very far back is going to send him down the inside, and he makes it up with very little contest. Kelly closing in on the McLaren in front. We will click back to that in a minute here if it'll stop the replay. Hopefully, eventually, as Kelly does make up the move. So we will await eagerly to see what actually happened. As Kelly is still fighting for it. So now they're side by side after the first corner. And Kelly has that outside line. Now it's going to turn into the outside line. If he can hold it here, it'll be the inside line. Webby looks down the inside. So Webby sticking his nose in, getting involved in this battle, saying, hey, this is an opportunity for me. And Webby down the inside with the little bit of a switchback is almost going to make contact with the McLaren in front. I thought there was going to be contact, and that's Kelly losing out big time as Webby makes up the move. And now he's going to be on the back foot. Kelly is going to have to fight back for it. And he's going to have to fight hard as he does make a big mistake and loses out on that position. Now it's going to be Webby fighting the McLaren. It's McLaren v McLaren. Who has the more straight line speed, or who has the better straight line speed? It's going to be Webby behind with a better straight line speed. Is he going to be able to make the dive down the inside? No, he's not. As Tristan closes the door and says, no, you cannot make this move. Not on me. And Webby will have to sit back and hope that Kelly doesn't make the move back at him. But it's three cars battling for one position right now, 4P9, 4P10, and 4P11, as Kelly is in P11 and Tristan in P9. And P9 is ultimately the position that all of these drivers want, but only one driver can claim that position unless they finish the race 0.0000 seconds away from each other, and in which case I'm pretty sure it would just go to whoever was in front first. But now down the main straight, Kelly is very, very close. Webby's going to have to think about defending. He doesn't want to go to the outside line just yet. He doesn't want to commit himself, but he does commit. And now there's going to be Kelly down the inside with a very late braking maneuver. He is going to get to the apex first, and Webby is going to have to give way as Tristan makes a huge mistake, goes off the track, and that's going to be Webby and Kelly and Lucas and Ben all up a position. So that's Kelly gaining the most out of all the drivers, now back up to P9. And Webby in P10 is going to be under threat from the Ferrari behind. Ferrari looks down the inside, but he's not close enough to make the move just yet. Late braking from the McLaren driver as he tries to fend off a move that just isn't there. And that is going to put him a little bit under threat for the second sector as the Ferrari tries to focus on a good exit. Big spin from the McLaren driver, just a little bit too narrow on corner exit. And that's going to cost him big time, just trying to get on the power too soon and too hard. And now it's going to be P6 fighting for P5 as Sam has lost a little bit of pace and the Ferrari behind him has gained quite a bit of pace as he did set his personal best last lap, while Sam did set his personal worst last lap. Current best lap of the race is a 1:43.5 done by Nico in P1. So P1 just running away with the lead right now, is just going to storm ahead of the rest of the field. And it has sort of leveled out just 13 minutes in with not very much going on track. It is going to be a little bit of a slower endurance battle, and we expect to see some interesting fights in terms of strategy, as that's really what it's going to come down to for most of these drivers, is who has the best strategy and who has the best opportunities to make up moves. As we're waiting for penalties still, we'll go ahead and give it a check, but I don't think we've had any penalties just yet for the stewards. So stewards taking their time trying to figure out some of these first lap incidents, because there was quite a few big incidents on that first lap that will most certainly be reported and penalized as such. But ultimately at this point, 15 minutes into the race, things have leveled out. Nico has a big lead to P2, and P2 has an even bigger lead to P3. So not a ton going on. Saying that, the RVR, Raptor Virtual Racing, who was here for our previous endurance race at Spa, I do remember them fondly. They did very, very well that race, and we expect to see them do well this race as they are fighting for P5. Sam, who was really on the pace for qualifying, has just lost a lot of that pace. I just have to wonder where it's all gone. If he pushed too hard, maybe burnt out the tires or something. But losing pace 15 minutes into the race is definitely not what you want to see. A Spinner, very, very close, is going to go side by side, is going to make up the move, almost certainly, around the outside. And McLaren on the inside, he's giving way, way too much space. And the McLaren of Tristan will hold on to that position. Tristan was the driver we saw fighting for P9, so unfortunate to see him so far back. We wanted to see them way, way farther up on the grid. I may well leave part way through this to go grab some food. I am absolutely starving. I don't know about any other drivers, but they have a very long race ahead of them. The race was poorly timed with daylight savings, because it is cutting straight through my lunch. Actually, it is well after lunch, and I did not eat lunch, so I should have eaten lunch, but such is life. We do have Thomas making a move, or yeah, Thomas making the move, goes down the inside, very, very late on the brakes, loses the control of the car, and slides out, and that's going to be Darkness back up into P14. Then it's going to be Thomas losing a position to Curie, and now Thomas has his work cut out for him, very late on the brakes yet again, almost goes off the track, almost a repeat incident, but not quite, as Tristan has gotten passed by Spinner, so now Tristan will be trying to fight back, trying to make up this position. I'm not on top of the streaming quite as much as I would have liked to have been. But right now, the race has settled down. There's not a whole lot happening, which is unfortunate. So Bentley just trying to chase down the car in front. Isn't going to close in very much, but that is the Lamborghini who was in P4 for his qualifying. He has moved up into P3, so that's good for him. Sam Sun behind is in P5. He was P3, and the Bentley driver was, I believe, P6, maybe even P8. I don't believe I remember where he started this race, but he is way, way farther forward than he was previously. Big mistake from the leader last lap does invalidate, so he will not be gaining very much time, but he does still gain time, 5 seconds to him and P2, so he's doing well for himself, just running away with the lead right now, and keeping a very, very good pace with 44.4. Was doing 43, so he has fallen off the pace a little bit. Actually might be enough for P2 to have a shout in this race with a 44.9 from him. Currently not good enough to set the pace he needs. A 45.7 from the Lamborghini. So all drivers are sort of off the pace today and not quite keeping up. So, interesting to see, but as we go on, we will see where they can put themselves for lap time. As it is an endurance race, they are perhaps saving tires, saving fuel. No mandatory pit stop does make the choice a whole lot more interesting, as drivers will be allowed to pit whenever and however many times they would like, which means you can save a pit stop here, even in a 4-hour race. Usually, with the hour 5-minute timer that endurance races usually have, you're not able to save the pit stop in such a short race, but in this one, there's a good chance that drivers will be able to save on that pit stop and give themselves a little bit of a break. So they don't have to push quite as hard for quite as much. And we'll just go ahead and see if we can't see the fuel load. No, we cannot see the fuel load, but you can see the inputs from the Ferrari driver, and you can see how smooth they are using the pedals, how nice they are driving the car. And a little bit of a battle for the Ferraris here in P5 and P6 respectively. Almost a move for Romain, but not quite able to do it. That Raptor Virtual Racing Ferrari is closing in though, and he can potentially gain on the straightaway and make up the move that way. As down the main straight he goes. He is closing in, and it's a good exit from the Ferrari driver, as he will close in, but it's not going to be enough by the end of the straightaway, surely not, as Sam will have to defend. He is not going to defend. Big braking from the Ferrari driver is on the inside. Sam gives him the space. Sam is going to lose the place, and that is going to be side by side through the exit of that corner, and it's going to be Romain up a position up into P5, and Sam down into P6. Very unfortunate for him, as he has quite a bit of pace in the qualifying session, but right now he does not have that pace, and it's costing him big time, as he's just dropping back, going forward, dropping back, and right now he's stuck where he started after getting hit on lap 1. So, just trying to look at a few things right now. And currently, Sam is going to need to pick up the pace if he wants to catch up to the car who just took his place, because he's falling back, and that might be him out of this race if he can't keep up. So he will need to push hard and try his best to close in the gap, because he has fallen out of a second. That's almost out of the slipstream. And in cars like this, slipstream is critical. So I don't know if you are able to hear that, but that is my dog in the background. And I think she is enjoying the race just as much as we are. We have had some exciting moments so far with quite a few battles. The battles haven't been very long, but they have been quite explosive, I think is the way I would describe them. They happen very quickly, and they are over very quickly. As Kiri closes in on Darkness, this might be the battle to watch right now, as my dog really does want my attention. So we'll see if I can't get someone else to at least entertain the stream while I see about what she wants from me. But still right behind the BMW of Darkness currently in the car. We do expect to see Kevin in the car later on. I don't know if it will be Kevin running 2-hour stints or 1-hour stints from the drivers. But this is really the only battle to watch right now. And we will keep an eye on this, as I do have finally a co-commentator here. Give me 1 second and I will share this for you so you can see everything that I would see. And a position gained for Lucas as he moves up into P10, gains the position to Ollie. I wonder if that was a mistake, as Ollie has invalidated his lap time and fallen back significantly. I will leave you with this, Lily, as I do need to go grab a bite to eat and see what I am needed for. So good luck with the stream. I shouldn't be too long.
Okay, I will try my best. Okay, so we do see the Ferrari overtaking the BMW. A little bit of contact there, but looks of it goes off track there. That's the purple Ferrari off the track. A little bit of contact with Darkness there. That that'll be interesting to see what happened. Meanwhile, Suffocating is pitting. A little bit of contact obviously at lap 1, maybe pitting for that damage. I did see he had a bit of rear damage, possibly for that. So we'll have to see how that goes for him later in the race. There was a yellow flagged car at the start of the start-finish straight. Unsure what that was. Do see some more moves being made. Obviously, Ollie now coming down into P16 after pitting, now P17. So yes, looks like he might be pitting for damage as well. But yeah, so far it's quite a tense race. Got some close battles on the track. P1's running away. So far, everyone's slightly spread out now. Hopefully we get some more battles soon. We're still following the Ferrari that's currently chasing down Darkness at the moment. Does seem to be closing the gap again a little bit. So interested to see how that battle picks up shortly. Again, some of these drivers are real quick. The top 4 at the moment, obviously involved in that big lap 1 incident, has actually resulted in the Bentley, in gaining a few positions, and he's holding his own very well. Very well deserved at the moment. We did see P5, P6 scrapping away shortly earlier as well. That was something to see. But we go back on board now with Ferrari here, chasing down Darkness. It's gained it a lot of it as we head into the final sector. Interested to see if he does make a move on the start-finish straight. Keeping it nice and tidy. A little bit wide there from Darkness. Allows the Ferrari to catch up just a little bit. Looking for the inside move into the final corner. And they're going to go side by side onto the start-finish straight. This is something I was not expecting to see, but Darkness does keep it. The Ferrari does pull out to the right-hand side. Tugs back in. I wonder if he'll try and make the dive bomb into turn 1. Let's see. Nope, keeps it in. Darkness stays ahead. Moving into turn 2 as well. Tucking in behind. This is going to be a very close battle as well. Very nice livery on that BMW, I must say, as well. It does look very pretty indeed. But yeah, I mean, this Ferrari is trying to get past Darkness. Darkness is not having it. Very good defense by Darkness at the moment. Ferrari maybe getting a little bit impatient soon. Maybe looking for a little bit of a desperate move. We'll see how that pays out very shortly. Meanwhile, a lot of the midfield still spaced out a little bit. Like I said, P1 is flying at the moment, just living his own race at the moment. But yes, the Ferrari already back onto the back of Darkness. Looking for his millionth move this race. I wonder if he'll make it happen down the back straight here. Let's see. Pulls out to the right hand side of Darkness. Darkness makes it very clear he's going to stay to the left. Tucks in, looks for the switchback. Is it going to be enough speed? Yes, it is, and the Ferrari is through indeed, and that does put Darkness down into 13th place and the Ferrari up into 12th. Great battling so far. Maybe Darkness trying to look something with that BMW top speed down onto the start-finish straight. We'll see. Darkness actually getting very close there. Maybe thinking about a little bit of a move, but knowing that Ferrari's pace, he should be off shortly. And that should set that Ferrari free. But yeah, I mean, that was very good battling between them two. Hopefully we see some more. 3 hours and a half in, only 30 minutes has passed. Still a long way to go. And yeah, we do see a lot of action at the moment. I do see some of the midfield forming back up. I cannot switch to it, unfortunately. But we are watching the Ferrari making a little bit of a mistake in turn 1 and 2. Darkness has closed up again. So this will be interesting. See if Darkness can try and make that re-overtake, maybe down into the hairpin possibly. I'll give this a watch. No, it's a little bit too far back. That Darkness is looking quite competitive. And I'm sure he'll be trying to get that BMW back into the now 11th place. This will be very interesting to see. As yes, car 67, obviously at the start of the race, had a little bit of an accident and now finds himself bottom of the grid. A little bit unfortunate for him. Hopefully he's got a long way to go yet, so we'll see how that goes for him. Yes. See the Ferrari pulling away from Darkness again. Sector 3 seems to be his best sector. Wonder if Darkness can close up again like he did before. Yeah, midfield keeps spreading and closing back up very closely together. So it's very hard to keep an eye on what's going on, but Ferrari just seemed to be back. Hello.
What are we doing?
We're doing alright. Just obviously spectating this Ferrari in Darkness.
Yeah, they finally made the move like 2 laps ago.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, there
Been
was
very
also
spirited.
some people pitting already, so that's a little bit soon, I guess.
Yeah, only half an hour into the race, so very
Yeah,
interesting.
it was
Oh, there's
number 6
Oh.
actually pitted a lot sooner
Yeah.
than expected.
There is a yellow flag, Sector 1, for a car parked up on the side of the track. I'm unsure who that is at this current moment, because I can
Car
barely...
67
Car 67, that was the one involved in the lap 1 incident.
is just rejoining the track again.
Just rejoining the track now. Okay, glad to see he's racing again. So, yeah.
And we have the leader almost already catching to P13. It's a blue flag.
Yeah, this is insane pace from P1.
It is indeed.
It was clear from Quali that he was here to make a statement, and here it is. So, yeah, insane.
I reckon. What you reckon? That he can overtake Holyfield?
I see. I think Darkness is going to put up his defense here. You know, that BMW, it's wide. I reckon
Oh
I'll
yeah.
put a show on.
The Minister of Defense, as always.
Blue
Well,
flag on
hopefully as a steward, hopefully not, but
yes, hopefully. Well, Darkness will let him by, but it'll be something to see for sure. Ferrari does pull away a lot, so obviously Darkness not able to keep with that Ferrari at this current stage of the race. Let's see. Who else is on track? Who else is on track? Yes. P1 is already there. Didn't take him too long to catch up to right to the back of them. Presumably would overtake Darkness this lap. Wonder what.
most likely.
Yeah, I wonder if Darkness will let him go.
Pace right now is around 4 seconds.
Yeah, it's insane pace from him.
Yeah, look, for the quali, the 43s on the Ferrari, especially on Barcelona, they are quite normal, let's say. It's fast, but acceptable. But seeing he's doing 43 fours as his best lap during a race pace with a full tank of fuel, that's amazing.
Yeah. And there we can see him just in the background there, overtaking Darkness, as Darkness was the blue flag, and it will shortly be the Ferrari's turn as well. But yeah, complete insane pace. Was it great pace for him in quali, and it really shows.
Yeah, we are entering the phase of the race where the blue flags fight will cause some crashes, maybe. Hopefully not, but
Yeah, it has allowed Darkness to close up to the Ferrari now.
Yeah, that's for those who are quite close on track. Being obliged to move away for the blue flags will make them start fighting with the people they are actually fighting. So
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, at this rate, yeah, with 30 minutes and the P1 is already, what, overtaking P11?
Yeah,
So
he's gonna
half of the grid.
Gonna lap the whole field twice at the end of it.
I don't know about the whole field. What is the gap now for P2 is 16 seconds behind?
Yeah, I don't even want to know.
60 seconds, so what? That's gonna be around, let's say, 30 seconds after 1 hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
That's,
reckon that P1 can overtake everyone today.
yeah, that would certainly be some statement as well. Yeah.
Well, to be fair, apart from those top three right now with the two Ferraris and the Lambo, well, not quite the Lambo. Most likely the two first, the 24 and the 74. I think the rest of the field, especially between P3 and P6, 7 even, but especially P6, they are still quite close.
Yeah. We'll definitely all to play for here. Because I was saying earlier that the Bentley's doing well to hold its own after finding those places in lap 1.
Oh yeah,
Um,
sure.
putting on a good show as well. So but there is another battle, I
And
believe, in sector 1.
also don't forget that it's an endurance 4 hours with track limits. A lot can happen today.
Yeah, anything.
Uh,
Drive-throughs,
it-
anything.
I know for sure right now that P1 already have one track limit, so
Yeah, it's gotta keep it clean now. Don't want to drive through to ruin that lovely
yeah.
lead he's got. That'd be somewhat harmful to his entire race at the moment.
And as we know, that is another yellow flag again. Yeah, the 67 just stopped.
Yes, unsure why.
Hopefully he can get back with it, or I need to put him on the pit lane.
Um, it's the second time he has done that.
Yeah, but the other time he was, let's say, safer on the track.
Yes,
I think he has some kind of problem maybe with his hardware or something, because
possibly.
MP1 is just there, so he moved away. Okay. He's still very slow. He's out of the track again.
This is
Weird.
slightly confusing me. Almost okay, almost narrowly avoids the other Ferrari.
Uh,
This is maybe he's given up slightly after the unfortunate instance of turn 1, but
yeah,
still unsure what he's in.
as we already said today on the stream, I think it's unfortunately, yes, because it's most likely hurt his race a little bit. But again, it's one of those lap 1 incidents where there is no one really 100% at fault, so
Still plenty of hours left in this endurance as well, so it's not like he could even try to come back
no,
slightly, but
it seemed that Lee's back on pace again, but
have to keep an eye.
we are going to keep an eye on it.
But yes, everyone's starting to spread out again, except from there is a number 6 on number 674.
I'm gonna leave you for a moment there. I'll check on the
Okay.
report that just happened.
No worries. Yep. So we've seen a little bit of overtaking from car number 6 at the moment. Trying to get past some of the cars that he needs to get past after pitting. He's now in P15. Again, I apologize for not being able to change the screen. Not a lot I could do at the moment. But I will try my best to give you live updates around the track when I can. Do see again, we mentioned we mentioned before. P1 is just lapping the entire field. Pretty sure he's just passed car 816 and now will be passing car 97 very shortly. we move on to let's see. Everyone's a little bit spread out again, except from our friend car number 67, who is catching a Mr. Spinner, who is lapped. I'll say 67 is a lap down to Spinner. So interesting how he makes his re-overtaking move. Spinner makes a slight mistake. Should just be a simple pass if he wants to try re-overtake. We'll see how that goes for him. Obviously, still, meanwhile, that Ferrari P11 at the moment. Keeping strong at the moment. So yeah. Need a Red Bull at the pit stop. You do. That would affect the race completely. And that would really top it off. But meanwhile, number 67 does make it past Spinner and should need to get out of his 1 second radius very shortly. We do see any more overtaking action on the track at the moment. No, it's just people lapping each other. Again, the race leader makes another overtake to lap another car. Again, incredible pace from him. And truly deserved pace at the moment. There is a congestion of cars coming down into the final corner, led by Darkness. Obviously with car 67, who needs to unlap himself from Darkness, and then shortly behind him is Spinner, who is racing Darkness. So Darkness got some more company up and coming very shortly. Be interested to see how that does play out for him. Obviously, feeling very competitive Darkness today. We've seen some great defending, some great strategic moves. So we'll have to see how Darkness plays this with. Oh, does, as I say, that Spinner makes a massive mistake almost into the gravel. Very well held from him. Car 6, a yellow flag into. Made maybe a little mistake there, which doesn't really help his progress into this race. Currently P14 chasing Spinner at the moment. We do see 67 trying to look for the re-overtake on Darkness to unlock himself. I think Darkness is trying to hold strong at the moment, and that is a 5-second time penalty for car 67. I'm sure we'll see what that is for towards the end of the race. But yes, car 34 taking a pit stop. Still a little bit early, maybe some damage. But yeah, Darkness defending very well, not letting 67 unlap himself. If this is what Darkness wants to do, this is what Darkness wants to do. And putting up a real show at the moment. So, good on Darkness. We do see another suffocating, trying to re-overtake Webby for blue flags. I think that is Webby letting him go. Probably very well communicated, and that will be very beneficial to both of their races later on. Meanwhile, like I said, that Bentley is still managing to hold up pretty well, and it's not that far off the Lamborghini. So yeah, fair play to the Bentley. Slowly reeling in that Lambo, so we'll have to catch up with that in a few laps time. So yes, I'll give you a quick rundown of our top 5 at the moment. We do have the Ferrari number 24 in the lead, followed by the other Ferrari 74, 555 Lamborghini, 745 Bentley, 30 Ferrari, 78 Porsche, and a 91 Ferrari for Kelly as well. So looking very competitive in the top 10 at the moment. Have to see how it plays out. Obviously, the leader is flying. There is a spin for car 67 again. Unsure he's going the wrong way around the circuit as he tries to rejoin at the moment. Not entirely sure what he's doing, but he's going to try rejoin with cars just behind him. So we'll just have to keep an eye on him, and he does let them go. All three of them go. Oh, he has got the Bentley behind, who is squeezing. Okay, move on from that side. Obviously, Altos, this is a lovely stream. We still got that lovely purple Ferrari on screen, getting that lovely amount of screen time at the moment. I must say, it does look pretty nice. And again, keep it consistent. That's obviously in an endurance race like this, that is a big factor into these races. So, regardless, doing very well in P11 at the moment, number 97. And we'll move on now to hopefully some of the other battles. Hello again, USB.
Good going.
Yes, we do have.
Stuck on the cam.
Yes, I don't think he left autocam on.
I'm back. Autocam wasn't working,
Well,
so I just put it on the one and only battle. Sorry about that.
no worries.
Yeah, I was way too hungry
Understandable.
Yeah, be back, boys.
because I did not
Yes.
eat. I did not eat all this morning, and I didn't realize how late it was.
Yeah, I was
And
just saying.
I'm
there's
not
some
someone who can
good
go
old-
all day without food.
No,
Right now
me
we
neither.
are watching Spinner. Spinner is closing in on Darkness, so battle's still quite close for Darkness. Darkness has moved himself up on the grid from where he was earlier, has he not? I
He
believe
has.
he's much farther up on the grid.
There's a few cars that have pitted previously, so he's gained a few for that.
Already? That's a
Already, yeah,
that's a
very
very
early.
early pit stop.
We've seen a couple early pit stops already, and we're currently keeping an eye on 67, who seems to be unsure of what his standing in this race at the moment, but must keep an eye on him as the race follows.
They must have pitted for damage. That's like the only reason you pit so early.
I would also assume that as well, yes.
That's gonna really hurt them in the long run. Because this race, drivers should barely be able to squeak out, like missing a pit stop. But if they're pitting early, they're not gonna get that extra pit stop.
Yeah, maybe struggling with tires, obviously pushing a little bit too hard in the early stage of the race, but we do watch Spinner overtake Darkness into the very long right-hander. Fairly simple move from Spinner there.
Yeah, textbook. Darkness wants to go back down the inside, but there's just not gonna be room for him there. You can't place a car there, and Spinner knows that. He's closed off the door, and he's just driven as he needed to. So, down into the next sector. Sam has fallen far, far back, but Sam is a very, very quick driver. He was P3 in qualifying. He dropped back to P6. Was he one of the drivers who pitted early?
I believe so, but I cannot confirm that with you because it was very hard to tell.
He did. He pitted 18 minutes ago. That's going to be a
Nice.
huge detriment to his race.
Yes. Indeed.
He is closing in on Darkness. It should be a pretty easy overtake. And if you're Darkness here, you don't want to defend.
No, we have seen him defend on some other cars today. So maybe trying to get that BMW a little bit wide, but we'll see what he does here.
I can't see any reason he'd defend here. It's going to lose him time to Spinner, and Spinner is the driver he ultimately wants to pass. As Spinner goes off the track, speaking of, that's going to be the overtake, and the yellow flag protects Darkness from the move. So that's a big benefit for Darkness. He doesn't have to worry about Sam. Now they are outside of that yellow flag zone. Spinner's still off the track. We'll have to try and rejoin. It's going to be Sam stuck behind Darkness for a little bit longer. They are outside of the yellow flag zone, so they can overtake once again. Spinner gets passed by Thomas, and it will be P15 for Spinner from what was P12. So that's a very, very unfortunate spin.
Yes, indeed. We're just catching a little bit of the outer circuit there, sending him straight into the gravel trap. Very unfortunate, but Darkness seems to be holding his own at the moment. Maybe trying not to let car number 6 by. Very strange.
I don't think he gains anything by holding up Sam. They're on different strategies. And he loses it here. Sam almost cuts the track to make the move. Down the inside, it's going to be Sam all day, every day, but he comes off the curb and hits him. I think that was on Sam. He came off the curb and just collided with the side of the BMW. That's Sam off the road. Darkness continues going. It's going to be big damage to the side of that BMW. Whether or not he pits for that damage later on is going to be the tell. I don't think he needs to pit, though. It looks like the car is handling fine. We can look at the driver cam and see that the wheel is straight, so he doesn't have suspension damage as far as I'm aware. But big mistake from Sam. Just clips the curb on the inside, gives too much space, and that just driving a little bit too safe. A good example of just you're giving your opponent too much room as Darkness does go off the track. Giving your opponent too much room, it can be costly because you can hit the curb. You're pushing your car too far to the inside. You need that space on the inside line. And if you're Ferrari off the track, that's P18. And if you're like pushing yourself like that, it's just not going to go poorly, or not going to go well. Sorry, it's going to go poorly. And that ultimately costs him. And Jake Spinner, big dive down the inside, a dive bomb we've seen him attempt earlier in the race, I believe. Well, he is going to stick it now, and a beautiful textbook outbraking maneuver is going to at least gain him one of the positions that he did lose out on. Sam still right behind Darkness. Darkness is holding his own here. I don't know if Sam is choosing not to overtake or if Sam is struggling. But he should be able to make this move.
Shortly. Hopefully not a repeat of what happened last lap. But yeah, Darkness, like you said, holding his own. He doesn't want to make Sam make the overtake here.
He is defending here. And it's going to be Sam. Just barely enough room for Sam. And now down to the next corner as the camera gives us the worst possible perspective. Down the inside goes Sam. That blue flag car is going to play an impact, but it's not going to play enough of an impact. That's Darkness down a position. Position I'm sure he knew he was going to lose. But, well held.
Yes, indeed. If you excuse me for a moment, I will just quickly grab a drink of water and I'll be back with you shortly.
Bottle of water?
Yes.
A bottle of water. Good attempt of a move from P18 to try and unlap himself. But, is not... Oh no, he did unlap himself. So now, he does need to push, or he will get caught back up by P17 and have to give way yet again. Does look like he is able to hold his own though, build a little bit of separation. That is going well for him. So he should not be under threat from blue flag anymore, and should be able to keep on going. I want to say blue flag cars, but he is the blue flag car, so he is running away from being a blue flag car. As Thomas is closing in on his direct rival in this race, Jake Spinner up ahead. He did get passed by Jake Spinner only a lap or so prior, so he does need to put in some good laps here if he wants to catch up. I think Spinner will probably be safe. Spinner is setting some good lap times here. Spinner is doing 49s, and Thomas is doing 52s. And I believe the lap time is all lost in the second sector, as you can see. Just making some big errors. Those big errors are costing him a lot of lap time to the McLaren driver. And ultimately, that's going to be what builds separation here, is those mistakes, that consistency. That's what we were talking about in the briefing. That's what we're talking about at the beginning of the race. That's what we're talking about during qualifying. It's all about consistency. If you can keep the car running a smooth pace for the entire race, you're going to be better off than someone who is making mistakes. And speaking of, that's a big, catastrophic mistake. That's going to send Thomas within range. Is Thomas going to be able to take advantage? No, he's not. He falls a second back, but that was nearly an opportunity for Thomas to make a move. I don't know where the leader is right now, but the leader, Nico, is doing a wonderful job. He's so far forward on track. He has 32 seconds to P2, and he's just passing Kelly So he is passing P7 right now. Kelly will give way neat and tidy on the straightaway, almost certainly, if not before. The leader is looking to make that move. He is held up, and Kelly will move to the inside, lift off the throttle just a little bit, and allow Nico through, and just slot in behind to take the slipstream. So in just 1 hour, he has 30 seconds to P2. It's a phenomenal pace, and really should have sent someone to challenge him. I think we should have. Yuzabi, why didn't you join the track to race this guy?
I should, shouldn't I? I mean,
You should have.
it has been a quite peacefully race so far, with the penalties and the steward part. So
Yeah, can I get some steward's view on that lap 1 incident with the Bentley?
look, the lap 1 incident, we judge it because the Bentley got a very good launch off the line and actually went for a gap that was there, and it was fair for him to go into that gap, even if it was, of course, lap 1. As we know, we always incentivize people to be a little bit more careful. But the gap was there was the space, so we needed to let people also race. And unfortunately, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was Sam that found himself.
He collided with Sam.
Yeah, basically Sam found himself on that hard position of being the car on the middle. And there was a Lambo on the outside, the 555 was on the outside, so there was no space on the outside, and Sam basically kept turning, even so that the Bentley actually win the position just barely before the braking point. And unfortunately, as you know, turn 1, when they are 3 wide and someone make a contact, like there was the case, unfortunately Sam was then sanded by the rebound, let's call it like that, of the first crash with the Bentley against the Lambo, and he held the brakes. Of course, as we know, it's a matter of bad timing because he stayed in the middle of the track. And then of course there was 2 or 3 cars a lot close to him that tried to avoid him, but as you know, when you have 10 people, 15 people just behind you, and even if you make all right, it's hard to make everyone react at the same time. So yeah, we judged it that it was fair for the Bentley. It was a racing incident in the sense that it was lap 1, and it was mostly a case of bad timing than anything else. Even so that the car 67, which sits currently on last place, he was the one who lost the most out of it. He made the choice, even so that there was an incident in front, to keep pushing, and he didn't get lucky, basically. But again, as you know better than anyone, it's lap 1 incidents.
Yep, 3 wide at Barcelona. I've had my fair share of incidents
3
there.
wide, I think we warned the drivers at the briefing that they need to remind that it's an endurance race, it's not a sprint, so they should have been a little bit more careful. But even saying that, I think it was a fair move. We as steward decided it was still a fair move from the Bentley.
Yeah, it's racing. You can tell
It's
people it's an
racing, of
endurance
course.
race. You can remind people that it's better to drive safe, but ultimately, I mean, they're allowed to drive as aggressive as they want.
Yeah, I
It's
think
not
as a
always nice, but
of course. I think as drivers ourselves, like you and me, we know from experience that even that if stewards say don't overtake, we are going to go for the moves. It's especially if there is a space. And to be fair with you, the move from the Bentley was completely fair. It was completely fair. Then of course, on the heat of the moment, it's hard for everyone to react fast. But I think overall it has been a clean race. A small tap here and there. But lap 1 was mostly that incident. We have been keeping.
yeah, and you can see in the replay he was there. He was at the apex, and the space got closed off after he was at the apex.
Yeah.
Alright, if we just go to the replay again. You can see, big dive from the Bentley is going to send him down the inside. He's going to get side by side before turn-in, just barely before turn-in. And in that little cutoff of a replay, you can see Sam on the outside just turns in, collides with him. We didn't get a great view of that for the start of the race. We were in a weird camera, showed us front on, and we were looking at Fever for turn 1. More interested in seeing the Lamborghini try to make up the move, who has actually moved up into P3 throughout this race. So he has gotten back to the position he was fighting really, really hard for in qualifying. The Bentley is still on big improvement. He's up into P4 still. We are on board with him right now.
We were talking about it a little bit later with Lily, so for the gaps that we can see right now on track, we think that, we are talking about it between P3 and P5, let's say, for now. All is open so far. They are quite close, like 7 seconds on a 4 hours endurance race is nothing, with 3 hours left right now. And there is some strategies, like Sam, he pit car number 6, he pitted a lot earlier than everyone else.
I think he might have pitted for damage.
Yeah, but as you know, on a 4 hours race, and you know as better as me that most of the cars will do like what on a full tank, 75 minutes, maybe 80 minutes. So 4 hours, it's one of those races which is on the verge of a 2 or maybe a 3 pit stop.
I think the strategy here is to ditch the pit stop. You can go about an hour, maybe an hour 30 in the right car under the right circumstances, but you can cut out a good pit stop.
On the Ferrari, it should be around 75 to 80 minutes of fuel if you play the right cards. I don't know about, for example, the Bentley, which is going to be interesting to see. But
the Bentley has a lot of horsepower. We're seeing good lap time gain on the straights. Like he has the fastest straight line speed, but that might not be a good thing overall, as that does mean he's guzzling a lot more fuel to get the same lap times as a lot of these cars. Because the Bentley it's hard to admit, it is not a heavy car, because it is. The thing weighs a lot. It goes through a lot of fuel, so you have to drive it like it uses a lot of fuel, and that means you have to back off.
We saw the straight line speed on the start of the race. That was the result of that move.
Yeah, I don't know that the Bentley is going to be able to cut the pit stop, but he is going very, very far on the single tank. I think he's been pushing the entire time though, so only time will tell. We'll find out in about 10-15 minutes whether or not he has actually set himself up for a good pit stop window or not. So if he pits too soon, it's going to be bad.
We should keep an eye especially on the... Look, for example, the second P2 just pitted now. So he's doing about 1 hour stints, at least for now. I think it's interesting to see how P1, P3, P4, and even guys like Berber or Kelly on P5 and P6 will play the cards.
Oh, P3 into the pit lane. That's going to be the Bentley up a position temporarily. He might gain the position to Fever.
Bentley is going to be P2 right now.
Ideally here, the strategy is to go an hour 20 minutes on a single tank. If you go an hour and 20 minutes, you can cut out a pit stop. Because you'll pit for an hour 20, pit for an hour 20, pit for an hour 20, and all of a sudden you're at the end of the race. Whereas a driver who pits every hour might not make it to the end of the race on that final stint.
Yeah, we know for sure that, for example, Kelly on P6 is going to maximize the fuel today, so let's keep an eye on how long he can go.
How's the leader of the race talking in our chat while driving?
Sorry?
Dark Pangu 24 is Nico.
Yeah,
he's sitting here talking in the chat while driving.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's amazing.
Incredible.
I love the guy. The guy just said probably one of the best times we ever see at Phoenix with 42.9, sorry, for the quali, and he's just sitting now on what? He's overtaking P7 already, if I'm not mistaken.
He already passed P7.
Now he's almost catching P4 right now, which has pitted, of course, but
when he passed P7, Kelly was P7. So the pit stops have shaken it up a little bit, We're not going to
Yeah.
see quite what positions people are in until maybe the final hour. The final hour is really where all of the pit stops come into play and all are cemented. Final 30 minutes, I don't think we're going to see anyone pit. If anyone pits in the final
No.
30 minutes, they're losing out significantly. They've messed up their strategy.
Exactly.
They've made some big mistake. I have seen it with the mandatory pit windows where you can pit 30 minutes in or 30 minutes to the end and it works. But that's where everyone is pitting within that final hour, and it's just a point of when do you want to pit, how early do you want to pit, and
Yeah,
how
but I
far do
think
you want to push it.
Today we have Nico making a statement with that pole lap time, and now just sitting on P1 with this pace and still being able to be on the chat of the live stream.
Yeah, and speaking of, he just did a 1:43.2, so he's almost matched his free practice best. His free practice best was a 43.1. Qualifying best was a 42.9. So he's
Yeah.
very, very close to setting his qualifying lap an hour into his stint. Hour old tires. And should be low on fuel by now. So he's got
He
that
should, he
going
should.
for him.
From experience from the Ferrari, should be around what, 7-8 laps away from pitting, max.
I believe he said 11
will say.
laps remaining.
Okay.
So
Not
he's
bad.
he's got a good amount on the tank. He's setting the right amount of lap time. Like that's incredible lap time to be saving fuel as well. Because he is saving fuel. You don't make it this far without saving a little bit of fuel, especially at
yeah.
the pace that he's running. So that's his pace while saving fuel. I can't imagine what he does in a sprint.
Well, the question is, will he be able to keep the pace? As you know, pit stops sometimes can break the pace.
They can.
So let's see if he can keep the pace, but hopefully
I think he'll be able to keep the pace only for like his first lap in qualifying was his quickest. So he's good at, you can tell he's good at just jumping into the car and setting a good lap. He's on the
Yeah.
pace. He's on the pace immediately.
Well,
And even if he's
we
not
saw-
on the pace, he's got enough of a gap to be safe.
To be fair, we saw it at the beginning of the race because he set a 43.4 if I'm not mistaken with a full tank or with 120 liters. So
Somewhere around there, yeah.
yeah, so that already will have been enough for pole position by himself. So
Barely. It would have barely been enough for pole. It would have been, what, 1/10 off of the faster times? Oh, that's unfortunate for Lucas. Just gets caught up by a faster car at the worst time because he was
Bentley on
about to go for the
pits.
move. Yeah, Bentley's been in the pits for a little bit. They should be exiting here shortly. I think they're going to emerge in like P6, P7. But I don't think it's going to be P6, P7.
Well,
Overall,
we
it's
can
gonna
keep
be
an eye on
provisional.
the Lambo. The Lambo that was in front is about to arrive at the pit lane entry. They are actually just fighting with Zach Webb now on track on the main straight.
Just on the main straight, and the Bentley is getting moving.
It's gonna be close.
It's going to be very, very close across the line. Bentley exits in front, but it's going to be very, very
Okay.
close. Lamborghini
T1.
comes down to T1, and it's going to be 3 wide potentially, but no. Just barely holds up and very, very heavy on the brakes for the Lamborghini driver, getting held up by Webby. So now it's a 3-way battle for this position, and the BMW, or not BMW, Bentley comes out in front, and Lamborghini has to make the position on Webby here. So unfortunately losing out thanks to Webby, and Webby is 4th position, so it's not even a blue flag car. It's just a good fight here that we're witnessing, and down the inside, the Lamborghini has more grip on those older tires. Bentley hasn't gotten them up to pressure yet, and down the inside goes the Bentley. Very late on the brakes. It's going to be a switchback maneuver from the Lamborghini. Going to go side by side, nearly clips the back of the Bentley, and Bentley comes out in front just barely, but still, it's going to be a battle down into this final sector. It's not going to be over just yet, especially with the Bentley being on those fresh tires. Those fresh tires take a little bit of time to get up to pressure and up to speed, and that Lamborghini's been on these tires for long enough that he's up to speed already. Big run down the straightaway. The Bentley is quick in a straight line. Lamborghini is also quick in a straight line, so it's not going to be much of a difference between them, as now into the sweeping left-hander, and a better exit for the Lamborghini is going to get him right up to the back of the Bentley, and into the 3rd sector they go. Bentley still holds the lead by a good margin here, 0.3 of a second, 0.2 of a second, as they exit the corner almost. Now 0.4, 0.5 The Bentley is finally starting to pull away, showing a little bit more pace. A bad run from the Bentley is going to have him slow out of the corner, and that's going to be detrimental to his straight line speed as they go onto the main straight. Lamborghini down the inside, they bump, and it's going to be a little bit of a forced move from the Lamborghini. I think there was not enough space left on the outside, but that will be for the steward's discretion. As the Lamborghini makes up the move now, the Bentley is under threat from Webby. Webby down the inside into T1. Will he be able to make the move? No, he backs out at the last minute and leaves the Bentley to his position. So P6 for the Bentley, P5 for the Lamborghini. Kelly is still on his current set of tires. We've seen Kelly go very long in endurance races before, and we will expect to see the same thing here, just continuing on that set of tires. Fever is closing in on the Raptor virtual racing car. As my dogs are quite excited by the current turn of events. But wow, what a move that was. Very, very close on exit, and Webby really played the difference there. Webby was that interfering car, and he has every right to, but it cost the Lamborghini significantly, because now he had to make that move. He lost a lot of time, lost those tires, and the Bentley almost managed to hold on with it. So very, very close. The Lamborghini will probably get a penalty, at least if I was going off of what I've seen, at least from the TV cam perspective. But stewards get a better perspective, and you don't always know what happens in that incident. Like the lap 1 incident, looked like it was on the Bentley, and here goes the Ferrari down the inside to take P2. That's Fever back into his position. I wonder if the Raptor virtual racing car has pitted yet or not. I don't believe he has pitted yet. No, he is on an hour 10-minute stint, so he gains nothing by fighting. Fever will be quite happy that the driver just gave way, and that's going to work out best for both of them in the long run. Kelly is the other driver on a long stint, so is the leader of this race. Webby on a very, very long stint, hour 10 minutes for him as well. And Darkness finally into the pit stop at an hour 9 minutes. That might not be enough for him to cut the pit stop, and that could be costly. Going a very, very long distance and trying to save the fuel, you lose time doing that, and if you're not able to save enough fuel, that time saved really isn't time saved, because what you're trying to do is cut out that pit stop. If you can cut out that pit stop, you get essentially an entire minute of track time. So it's worth going maybe a second or two slower per lap to earn back a minute of time. And that's the whole philosophy behind saving the fuel, saving the tires, and keeping the car going for such a long time. Because you do lose time if there is if there's a mandatory pit stop. Optimally, you pit directly in the middle. As Darkness exits the pit lane, he will get passed by this by the faster car. He is not for position, so he will have to give way. And unfortunately, the car directly behind him, the Raptor virtual racing car, will get held up just a little bit by Darkness. But Darkness will give way nice and cleanly. But Darkness is probably in the worst position on track if I had to put a finger on it, because he's lost time trying to keep the car going for a long time, but he hasn't kept it going long enough to take advantage yet. And I don't know if Nico's going to make it to that 20-minute mark either. That 20-minute mark really is the difference. That's where you're going to gain enough time, potentially even push for the 30 minutes and make it safe. If you can go an hour and 30 minutes on a single fuel tank on a single set of tires, you'll be in for a good shout. But now going on board with Nicholas, it's not quite over for the battles on track as he is closing in on the car in front, Suffocating. I don't think Suffocating is on the pace. I wonder if Suffocating just exited the pit lane, because Nicholas is looking down the inside. He's not quite close enough to make the move. He is going to be given the space, and he's going to dive for it, and the door was left open. Ollie unfortunately leaving the door open just a little bit more than he needed to. He could have closed off the space. He was fully ahead at that point. And that will be costly, because now he has to follow behind the McLaren driver, and he is stuck staring at the rear bumper of that car. Very, very frustrating position for a driver to be in, knowing that, well, I don't know that he knows that he wasn't required to leave the space, but he should not have left the space there. And that is costly. That's going to bite him in the long run. As passenger cam shows better what he is seeing. Is very, very late on the brakes. Doesn't quite get the car stopped in time. But car in front is well clear, and it is perfectly fine. So lots of drama. Just that's what I was talking about earlier. Explosive battles. They all occur all at once, and then they're over. But the battles, when they do happen, are very, very intense here in this endurance race. I don't think drivers are driving quite as safe as they would otherwise. And I'm all for the battles being like this, but it does result in some level of contact, some result of incident, and well, that's the sort of battling you get when you take drivers who really, really want to fight and put them in an endurance race. Because usually drivers who want to fight like that are more sprint drivers. They can drive very quick for a short amount of time, but they start to drop off in the long run. I am a driver quite like that, and I battle like this in endurance. And most of these drivers seem to be doing about the same thing. So it's interesting to see whenever we do get a battle on track, because it's always a blast to watch. And that was certainly something to see. And
I'm back.
welcome back.
We
Yeah,
lost
quite a
car
battle.
67 then.
Did we lose a car?
Yeah, apparently it gave up completely, from what I could see. He was having quite a struggle of a race, to be honest. He was the one who lost the most with that
Yeah,
racing.
it's
incident on lap
unfortunate.
1.
As
And
much as
then,
I like to say always keep on pushing, always keep on driving. There's sometimes where it's not worth it.
yeah, it was weird because look, the pace he was showing was still good, and then at some point, actually the point that you left for a moment there, we were watching with Lily, and there was some strange things going on, like he had some hardware problem maybe. I don't know. He
Uh,
have he have quite of some of out of the track's movements, and there was actually a 5-second penalty given to him for danger rejoin in front of car 120.
I always would like for, if a driver is going to leave the race, I'd like for it to be their choice instead of a hardware issue.
So,
Hardware issues are some of the worst.
So I don't know. Look, we don't know if it was hardware issue, but it was weird to see the pace that he was able to manage at some points. That then suddenly he was completely off pace. He was actually stopped on track for a moment there. So it's a shame to see him leaving, but
Yeah.
it is
I
what it
mean,
is sometimes.
if you're not having fun with sim racing as well, like there's
Yeah, there is
never
no point, of course.
sim racing is all about fun, especially in a championship where there's not a prize, or an endurance race where there's not a prize. Yeah, there's no point in keeping going if you're just not having a good time, and
So we have
we will
P1,
unfortunately have that.
P1 reaching the nice point for the 2 pit stop race.
Yeah, he is at the ideal spot to
Yeah,
pit.
if he can extend like let's say 2 more laps.
I don't know that he has 2 more laps. He is talking in the stream chat. He said 5 laps.
A while ago.
Yeah, I think he might be on a final tank of fuel here.
Well, let's
And
see
if he is,
if he can extend, let's say at least 1 more lap, that will put it around the 41-minute mark. Then with the pit stops and
I
everything.
think he'll just about make it to the 40 minutes mark. The pit stop will take what, a minute, and he's still got a minute left on this lap. So it'll take 30 seconds to exit, hopefully, if he wants to make it the full way. It'll be close, but it'll be right at the limit. Another driver we're seeing still on the track, who has not pitted yet. Nico, Kelly, Romain are all drivers who have not pitted. Ollie is on a 52-minute stint, so he pitted very early on. Same with Sam. So they both have pitted early. They will not cut out the pit stop. I don't think there's a possible way for them to cut out the pit stop and be good on time. We might see him dive in the pit lane here. We might not. No, he does not go for the pit lane. So he's got 1 extra lap of fuel in the tank. I can't imagine he has more than that. I would hope he does not run out of fuel and forget. He is watching the stream with us, so he should be able to hear us talking about it.
It's going to be interesting to see also the Bentley now that the car in front have a 5 seconds penalty, if the Bentley can keep the gap, or if the Lambo can actually create a gap for
Yeah, if the Bentley can keep the lap times up and keep close for what is it, an hour now until that pit stop, the Lamborghini is going to lose 5 seconds to the pit stop, serving that penalty, and they will drop back, and they will drop back behind the Bentley if the Bentley plays its cards right.
Yeah, I think it was pretty clear from the live itself and from the replays that
Yeah,
we
there's
saw
just
that
not enough space left on the outside
there
line.
was not enough space. The move was a fair move, and he got a lot more traction there, but there was not enough space left. So
It's a small mistake. We've seen it in the main season between
small mistake
drivers.
that you pay an heavy price for it, especially with these small gaps that we are seeing on track.
It is a very close race so far. No drivers are particularly running away besides the leader, and even then, look at the gap now. He's only got 13 seconds to Fever, and I believe Fever is pitted.
Yeah, but don't forget Fever is a lap down.
He is a lap down, but how much time do you lose in the pit stop around Barcelona is really going to be the tell. The hope is that potentially they could fight here. Be nice to see them fight, but the real thing to watch here is that Nico is going to get that extra or cut out that extra pit stop. I don't think Fever can cut out that extra pit stop with the pace he's doing right now. He either needs to pace himself more or he needs to switch the engine map up. As we're getting a nice announcement from Nico that he is on his final lap of fuel. So really extending that stint to the absolute limit. He should be quite happy with himself here. I can't see him having much issues getting this car around. Kelly is the other driver we're waiting on to pit. I think Kelly might be able to go farther than Nico. We've seen Kelly very, very good in endurance. He saves fuel a lot more than a lot of other drivers. During our few endurance races and mini endurance races, he is usually the last driver to pit. And, well, in the season I commentated for, he was pretty much always the last driver into the pit stop. And
yeah, basically,
it pays out.
Yeah, on the season that you commented, Kelly and I were actually teammates, and it was always one of our strategy, one of the strengths that we have as a team is we can always go longer on our stints, and especially on the 1 hour sprints that we do at Phoenix, on let's say 8 out of 10 tracks, the longer runs actually are better than the undercut, so the overcut is always better. At least for our car at those times.
I mean, it depends. You can undercut an ACC, but you have to know when the opportunity is
Exactly.
there.
Yeah, but it always worked better. And the leader is on the pits now.
Like in an hour race, if you pit like say 20 minutes in, that's the ideal point for an undercut. But you're going to suffer for those 40 minutes that you have to make the car last. Whereas other drivers are going to have at most 30 to 20 minutes on their tires by the end of the race, and you're going to be sitting there on 40 minutes. It's not going to work out well for you. So right now, I don't think Kelly's going to be fighting much with this Lamborghini. He might well just give way, and if he's pitting this lap, he's going to hold up the Lamborghini. But if he's not pitting this lap, he's not going to hold him up. We are enjoying the race. You are doing a wonderful job, Nico. I wonder if Kelly gave way there or if he was genuinely passed. Because that will be a big tell for whether or not he goes in the pits. I think he's going into the pits this lap, which is why he was trying to hold up that Lamborghini. Final stint, you might as well use all of the tire life you can and try to ruin your opponent's tire life. Battling, of course, uses a lot more of the tires than not. Yeah, Kelly's in the pits.
Nico just lost about, let's say, 1 minute and 10 seconds from pit lane entry to pit lane exit.
Yeah, and Kelly is into the pits. That's a decent pit stop from him.
Yeah, both of them are on
good.
a good strategy for making a 2-stop race.
I think Nico's on a little bit of a less safe strategy. Kelly is playing it safer. That extra 3 minutes of leeway is quite a lot, especially when it's 3 minutes into the pit stop. And he's going to exit about 35. So he's got 5 minutes to 30 minutes, so 25 minutes. An hour and 25 minutes on a single tank of fuel is nothing to scoff at. As Porsche down the straightaway is going to go for the inside line, is going to make up the move very, very late on the brakes, showing off why the Porsche is useful here in an endurance race. Porsche, not a usual endurance car. The car he passed is on 5-minute-old tires, so they will stay with him for a little bit, I'm sure, as those tires warm up. Driver on the longest stint was Kelly. Kelly with a hour 22 and 50 seconds as he entered the pit lane. A phenomenal stint from him to make the car go very, very long. And now he's just got to take advantage of that, cut out the pit stop, do it again, and do it twice more. And once he does that, he should be good to go in holding off for that final pit stop, not doing that final pit stop. All the drivers here are going to be looking at those pit stops and when they can time them. You're seeing a lot of drivers pit on the hour. They're not trying to save that extra pit stop. They think they can gain the time on track instead of in the pits. I don't think it's the strategy here. I think the strategy when there's no mandatory pit stop is always just to go as long as you can. I can't see any benefit to not doing that.
No, the only point that you can maybe pit stop if you have a lot of damage, and even as you know that you experience yourself, even if you have some damage, sometimes you endure the damage basically.
Yeah, I've driven a car with a minute of damage for a full sprint race. Full hour sprint race, and you can get away with it. It depends on the car. I think Ferrari is a little bit more susceptible to damage than other cars. I know at least the Honda I was driving, you could get a ton of damage to that car, and it keeps going. McLarens tend to be quite good with handling damage, but they do have a very vulnerable rear axle. Ferraris are quite vulnerable up front because they rely on that aerodynamic performance. Porsche can be quite a tricky car with damage as it gets quite squirrely. It'll still keep the pace, but it will not reward you for good lines quite as much as it would otherwise. The Bentley, I don't really have any experience driving. I can't tell you if it's great with damage or not. I can imagine it's a little bit sluggish with damage. And
I can tell you it's a lot better than the Ferrari, for sure.
I mean, the Lamborghini, I think, can take a lot of... I think the Lamborghini is probably the best car to take a beating and keep going.
For experience, the Ferrari is one of the cars that suffers the most with contact, so it's always difficult to... Look, the smallest touch basically on the Ferrari can cause you like 5-10 seconds of damage, which is somehow
I think,
crazy.
well, I'm talking more about like how much a second of damage impacts the car, because a second of damage in the Ferrari could go straight to your suspension. Yellow flag for Nico as he goes off the track. Tons of damage on that car. You can see the front end. What happened there? We gotta look at the replay. He went off track in the first sector. You can see a nice pristine car going into it. No cars in front as far as I can tell. It looks like he might have spun out and hit the wall. Very, very odd spot to lose the car.
I'm gonna leave you for a moment there.
As he does just go over the
Check
curb
forward.
a little bit and just loses grip and smashes into the barrier. That's going to be very critical damage on the car. I'd be surprised if he wasn't getting shown the meatball. Meatball essentially means you gotta pit now. You will not be allowed to continue driving with that current level of damage. The meatball is fix your mechanical damage and pit in. But I'm not seeing the meatball flag waved. But it is now an opportunity for the Lamborghini to unlap himself. That is P3 unlapping himself. And, yeah, Nico is pitting for damage. I can't see that Ferrari going much further, and that's going to change the dynamic of this race entirely. Because now, well, now not only has he fully secured that he is doing that little bit of an extra pit stop, but he is going to be able to easily cut out a pit stop with where he's pitting. It's almost worth it to go that extra lap for that little bit of leeway, but yeah, it pit in here, get rid of that damage. He's demolished the front of his car, and it's going to be fever up into P1, almost certainly. I think his issue went wrong when he clipped the curb. Tapped that sausage curb on the inside that loosens the car, and I don't think he ever got full grip back afterwards. I think the car was constantly just barely on the edge of grip. and he didn't quite feel it. That is the one big thing with sim racing, is you can't quite feel those small little losses of grip as well as you can in a real car, and it makes them more treacherous to drive. And it seems like he might have went into the pit lane with too much speed, so he's going to have a very monumental effort to catch back up, as Fever is going to take P1 in this race. So what was a brilliant drive from Nico has gone wrong in just a single incident. A single very, very costly incident indeed, as now he will have to do some work to catch up to the cars in front. How much damage do you have, Nico, if you are here with us? Not a lot. You are back out of the pit lane and onto the track. There will be a couple blue flag cars for him to pass. Very, very unfortunate incident, and not something you want to see. As now Nico will be dropping back as he warms up his tires, and that's Fever. That's Fever up into P1. Fever in what is probably his best spot of the race so far, as Nico is now 20 seconds back, sorry, hiccups, and will have to try and catch up. And it is a 30-second stop-go for Nico, and that is going to put him into P3. That's going to put him very, very far back from the lead of this race, and the blue flag cars are not helpful. I know the frustration of the position he's in. So much pace in the car, so much pace with the driver, and just one small mistake messes it all up and sets you back. And it's a big setback indeed. A very, very big setback indeed, and it's going to potentially decide this race if he's not able to push forward. It is only an hour 30 minutes through, so there is still a chance for him, but that is drama towards the halfway mark of the race. Another driver to watch out for is that Lamborghini. He has that 5-second penalty. He's not going to lose the position to the Bentley at this rate, but he is going to have to worry about that Bentley still. The Bentley is at the cusp of the 5-second mark, and the 24 goes into the pit lane. Safer pit exit this time. I think the damage might have made it harder to brake for the pit entry and cost him that penalty. And now we're just going to go on board with the 555 and see whether or not he gains this position. I think he does. He's only 40 seconds back, and it's 30 seconds stationary, and certainly more than 10 seconds of mobility. So it's going to be Nico down into potentially even P4. As crossing the line, Nico still stationary. There's the Bentley right there. It's going to pass, and that's going to be Nico down into P4 after a monumental drive for the first hour and a half of driving. He's going to get moving again, but he might lose the position to the Porsche. Porsche closing in very, very quickly. It's going to be close across the line as the Porsche just exits the chicane and goes through the final section. And no, Nico is going to hold on to that position. There's the Porsche in view in the background. He's going to fly down the straightaway, close that gap, and it's going to continue to close that gap until we finally reach a standing point. 8 seconds separate them, and 8 seconds is not a lot, as we were talking about in an endurance race. You've seen just how quickly things can go wrong. 32 seconds of damage for Nico that he had to repair. That's about as bad as it gets for such a small incident. I say small incident, he did smash with the barrier, and I'm surprised that car kept driving. I'm surprised it was only 32 seconds. Got very, very lucky there, if anything. And well, now he has the chance to push forward. He's got a real challenge this race, trying to catch up to the cars in front. Bentley is not safe, with just 17 seconds separating them. And they're also in a good shout for a podium, even P2, potentially, if the Lamborghini does not keep up the pace. The Lamborghini right now is keeping quite a good pace, and that is going to be enough for them to stay ahead of the Bentley and not able to make the move. Next driver close to making an overtake is Nicholas, closing in on Webby down that main straight. He's not going to be able to make the move into turn 1 or into turn 2 without a major mistake. But still potential, so I'm going to keep my eye on this and see if they can close that gap. Throat certainly not enjoying this race so far. So much has happened. It's been quite an exciting battle so far, and throughout all of it, quite a lot of drama as well. Usually not so much happens this late into the race. An hour in, you don't expect things to develop as much as they have. You expect things to start to settle down and get smoother, but that's not what we're seeing happen here. And it's a welcome change. And yeah, Nico saying head foot,
emotion.
head down, foot down. Yeah, it's a lot has happened.
Big
Everything.
mistake from the previous leader that we have, Nico.
Yeah, not only did he crash into the barrier, but he also got himself a stop go, speeding into the pit lane. Yeah.
Yep, we saw it.
It's going to cost him in the long run. And he's got a big gap to close in now, and a lot of work to do. And well, he's certainly got his work cut out for him. It's going to take a great drive in order to recover this race and end up anywhere near the place he was in.
Again, the pace is still there, so.
Yeah, the pace is there, but I wonder if it's going to get into his head at all, mentally.
Yeah, because the gap now it's a little bit too much, let's say. But as you all can see now, it's a good example how things can go quickly wrong at the endurance race.
It's why you always keep driving, always keep pushing. Anything can happen, and like that was an hour and a half in. He had basically a minute gap to everyone else, and just one small mistake. He was lapping a lot of the front runners, and one small mistake puts him straight back into a very dangerous position. Because I believe he had lapped P3, so
yeah, he was about to lap the podium guys also. So the gap for P2 was around what 30 seconds, let's say. And now he finds himself, what, a minute and 20 behind P1?
More than that. Yeah, a minute and 20.
Around that?
Yeah, it's exactly a minute and 20.
So, again, that just shows how fast things can go wrong when they go wrong.
It looks like he's off the pace as well. His last lap was a 44.7. That's not enough.
Yeah.
Huge congestion into the chicane as Nicholas trying to make the move on Webby. Webby just doesn't get quite a good a run into the chicane. Everyone to the inside, everyone to the outside. Blue flag car in the mix as well. 4 cars all very close to each other, trying to give way in an appropriate manner. And that Lamborghini is a faster car. It will give the blue flag to Webby. And now Nicholas is going to have to think about how he wants to approach this, as I believe Nicholas is getting fought by a blue flag car. And does drop back significantly thanks to that.
EF managed to improve the lap times. Just managed to do a 44.2, but still not quite on the pace that he was before. Let's see how he performs the next lap, but
Alright,
well, as we said before, the pit stops can play a little big role today on the race, so, and it is just prove it.
I do need to let my dogs out real quick, so I will leave for just like a minute or two.
I believe we are still seeing the fight right now for we are still watching the fight for P10 right now with Webby in front. It's the closest one we have right now on track. And again, going back to the incident with Nico, it just shows us that endurance race is won at the finish line and not during the race. So even so that Nico was really pushing and really showing a very good pace, which is actually managing to get quite back on the pace right now. He just managed to pull a 44.1 on the last lap, so that's 7/10 faster than the actual leader. So let's see if he can recover from that small mistake, well, big mistake that causes him to get 32 seconds of damage, and after that a bad judgment for the speed on the pit lane. But let's see, as you can see,
So Nicholas has fallen out of the slipstream now of Webby. It's going to be a little bit costly for his lap times now, trying to keep with the car in front of him. Nicholas is still setting the fastest lap of the race. He did do a 44.4 last lap. It's not looking good enough. If I'm being honest, it's not good enough.
Better, but not good enough.
He needs to be doing the low 43s he was doing before, and I think
Yes.
he might have just gotten scared out of pushing. I think he was pushing hard in those first stints, made that mistake, and all of a sudden I think it's gotten to his head. Because now, while he has said in the Twitch chat that he wants to push, I don't know that he has the mentality for it right now. Because he doesn't want to repeat that.
Yeah, for sure. But look, even if you have the mentality, let's be honest, the pace is not quite there now to get back that. Like in 2.5 hours, before the incident, we were about 1 hour and 30 into the race, and he managed to pull a 30 seconds gap to P2, which is now Fever, which is on P1 right now, and I don't think that he can manage to close a 1 minute and 20 seconds gap on.
I think if he was running the pace he was running before, there's a chance, but he's got to hope for a similar mistake to the one he had.
Yeah,
I mean, it's possible. It's 2.5 hours now.
Yeah, 2.5 hours, a lot can happen. So
Kevin does gain a position to Curie. This is finally Kevin in the car. I believe Kevin will be in the car for the remaining portion of the race. It was Darkness for the first 2 stints, and Darkness did a really good job. Push very far forward, and Webby does make a mistake. Allows the faster car to pull up behind him.
So Nico come to us on the chat and saying that he had traffic. So
he did have traffic, but I think some of his laps were done in clean air. Because he's doing high 43s.
Yeah, he did high 43s.
He needs to be doing low 43s, I think.
Yeah, 43.5, 43.3s would be ideal. So right now on track, we still have.
I don't know if it's worth the risk.
Nico behind Zach Webb still very close. We have a yellow flag.
Huge yellow flag from Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin. Yeah,
I need to see what happens there. As he was fighting down the main straight. Ooh, big mistake, big mistake. That's great reactions. Yeah, he missed the braking point and took evasive action to not hit another driver. That
very good. No crash,
well respected. Can appreciate someone who has the mind to sacrifice the race like that to avoid taking someone out. And I'm sure the driver in front of him Might have had a heart attack temporarily, but seeing it back as Webby gets a big slide out of the corner. I'm getting completely interrupted by that. Nicholas closes in on the back, doesn't manage to take advantage, but he is right there with the McLaren and now onto the straightaway. And I think Webby is starting to struggle with that McLaren. The McLaren is a very, very difficult car here at Barcelona. I know from experience that I did quite a bit of practice, and 44s are a challenge. McLaren doesn't want to push here. Takes quite a bit of muscle to get the car to go.
We have the Ferrari of Sun again on the pits.
Yeah, early pit stop.
Second
I wonder
time.
if that's just his pit window, because he did pit 45 minutes early that
Yeah,
first time, didn't he not? So
He did.
I think he's gone about an hour 10 on this stint, which is quite a bit of
There is
time.
a tricky situation there with a fight between Mekis and Webby because before it's just there. And they
Yeah,
are both sides.
so Sam managed to get the car to go an hour 15, so he's doing well. He needs 2 more of those stints and he will be at the end of the race.
This
and,
can affect their
Webby-
fight because Nico is just there. He's
Who's
catching
side
up
by
to the
side?
Bentley.
Nicholas not able to hold onto the move. Did have it fully secured, but just wasn't able to take advantage. And now Webby still holds onto that position. It's a big loss of time for the both of them. I mean, if we go to the, to their HUD, they're losing 3 seconds this lap already. And it's going to cost more and more the more they fight. It's almost not worth it to fight. You might as well stay behind, take advantage of the pit stops, and pass them in the pit stop. Worst case scenario, you pit 1 extra time, but you gain time in the long run, depending on your strategy. You could even pit right about now if you really don't want to be behind the car. Saying that is, he's on a 42-minute stint. So, I mean, ideally he keeps going. But if you're going to lose 3 seconds a lap, it's almost worth it to just go for the pit stop and stop fighting.
Well, we have one driver on track right now that is on P8, Braga, that I was expecting a little bit more pace from him.
And Nico is going to make up the move to the Bentley. I think the Bentley might have given way there.
Yeah, it seems so.
Looks like he just lifted on the straightaway, gave way to Nico, and now Nico is back up to a podium position with just 6 seconds separating him and the Lamborghini. I almost wonder if the Bentley is doing this strategically. Perhaps
likely,
letting Nico go fight with the Lamborghini, let the Lamborghini lose time, and that
And
5
try to
seconds
get-
very
yeah.
quickly closes in. Because it is only 6 seconds right now. A little bit more for the Bentley now, as the Bentley
Yeah,
is
Nico
falling back.
managed to lower his lap times again. Let's see.
It's just the big tell if it's enough or not.
Yeah, there was a mistake on the last lap also from the leader, so he was still one of the fastest cars on track, but
Well, on my timing sheet it says he has the fastest last lap. So,
yeah, because the leader did a 45.3 basically invalidated, so he must have had a little spin or something somewhere.
oh, here's a driver I have not seen on the track yet. This is another ACM driver.
Yeah, it's
ACM
not
is
Braga.
another league that we have raced with, and he is trying to look for the move on Kelly.
That
not
the driver I
going
was
to be able to
talking
get it
about, I
quite
was
yet.
expecting actually some more pace, let's say, because from what we know, he's quite a fast driver, and
A lot of ACM drivers, they tend to be very quick drivers. They're a little bit too cautious, but they are quick. So we can see. Speaking of cautious, I don't think he's being that cautious. He's playing
No,
by
he's
our
going
rules
for it.
right now.
yeah, he's going for the move, and we like to see it. Look,
I mean, here at Phoenix, we have rules that allow for some very, very aggressive driving, and it's the way we like it. It's the way
Yeah, don't-
we like fights. We like them to be nice and aggressive, as the BMW gives way in an odd way, but he does give way. So that is one way to give way. I wouldn't advise going off the track, but you can go off the track to give way to the faster cars. Kelly is a little bit safer now, thanks to it. I think Braga has made a few mistakes that have cost him some lap time. And now on the wing cam with Kelly, you can see he's not got as much to worry about in his rearview mirror. He is sliding a lot through this corner. Just looking for the power. I don't know very much about the Ferrari. A big mistake from the both of them. I think they both just followed each other's line there. I don't know much
It
about the
happens.
Ferrari. I don't know much about the Ferrari at most tracks, I should say. GOVEE is a lot more experienced with the Ferrari than I am, and then I'm a lot more experienced with the McLaren, so I could tell you a lot about what the McLaren's going through here. I couldn't tell you a lot about what Kelly's going through here.
From experience, I think the McLaren have the upper hand on the first sector. But knowing that how Kelly have the car set up right here, Kelly will have the upper hand by sector 2 and 3.
I don't know, the McLaren is very unsteady here at Barcelona. You get a lot of issues on the power, and you get a lot of issues off the power.
Exactly. So first sector was more about straight line speed and keeping the speed, so McLaren will have the upper hand again. But also we need to take in consideration the experience and the quality of drivers, so we never know about that. But by the cars itself, I would say that Ferrari will be on advantage here, especially at Barcelona. But we never know.
I think with both of these drivers, they're both fairly experienced. They're both running about the same pace. I think Braga is quicker, and I think Braga might have an advantage in a battle as a driver. So whether or not we'll see the car differences equal out, as that's a much better line for Braga. He's not able to capitalize on it though. Stays behind Kelly for now, but he does close in that gap significantly. Kelly just turns in a little bit too soon, and that's the difference between an early and a late apex right there. Is
keep an eye also
2-3 tenths of a second.
Which is catching the Lambo.
Yeah, Braga goes for the switchback. Kelly is in a very, very dangerous spot here. He might not get the run.
The move on the Lambo. He made the move.
Made the move. I will go look at the replay right now. It looks like Braga is staying behind for now.
The same way Bentley gave away. I think the Lambo.
Ooh, no, Lambo made a huge mistake on the exit. Took a bunch of gravel. Took a bunch of gravel, lost a bunch of time, and just conceded after that. I don't think anyone is quite going to fight with Nico. There's no,
I don't think so.
There's no reason to.
No,
Yellow flag for the
Bentley.
Raptor virtual racing car. Stops in the middle of the track, but he is clear of it now and rejoins without any cars to impede. And Braga, much wider line than the Ferrari. This is a nice little battle here. They're both taking very, very different racing lines. And it's all down to who can get on the power sooner. The McLaren allows you to get on the power sooner, but I don't think Braga's having as much niceties with it here at Barcelona. Barcelona tends to be a little bit less forgiving when it comes to getting on the power too soon. So it's really down to it's down to driver skill here. I think the cars are quite equal in terms of performance. And now down onto the back straight. Will the McLaren have a run? No, they won't. They missed the apex, and they're not going to get quite as much speed. Although saying that, it's a monumental run, so maybe I'm mistaken. Kelly goes to the inside to defend. I think he saw it too. He's going to hold on to that position just for now, and Braga gets a great exit yet again. This is certainly his strong suit. And down into the sweeping right-hander, we expect to see the Ferrari pull a little bit, but the McLaren is right there with him, and Kelly's going to have to defend to the inside. Doesn't defend to the inside. Braga doesn't take advantage, and now down into the chicane, just 0.1 of a second separate them. Kelly has to take the defensive line. Braga has the wider line. Braga should get a better exit onto the straightaway. Now, just 0.4 of a second separating them. Will Braga catch up by the end of the straightaway, or will Braga be stuck behind for yet another lap? It's a great battle from here, and these two are really, really going at it. It doesn't look like much on the screen, but there's a lot happening behind the wheel of those two cars, and it's more of a strategy battle than anything. Both drivers are taking very tactical lines here and trying to poke fun at any little bit of a mistake. The McLaren just tries to stick their nose in, but can't quite get the run out of the corner, and you can see how early they tried to get on the throttle with how far out they run of the corner. And now down into this next one. McLaren very late on the brakes. You can see where it has a little bit of an advantage with that turn in. It just has more turning overall, so they can carry a little bit more speed into the corner, a little bit more speed out of the corner, and hopefully try to get a good run onto this back straight. Kelly is defending for his life. I think Kelly knows that this position is up for grabs here. I don't think Kelly can quite defend for 2 hours, but he's doing a fantastic job holding on to whatever thread of a position he can hold on to.
Yeah, but at what point Kelly should think about the long term and not the fight itself? Because don't forget, Kelly is on up to a 2 pit stop race, so
Kelly also has 40 seconds to the cars in front and behind him, so he's got a lot of free air to fight with. I think that's why he's fighting so hard here, is because he's not gonna lose more time. He's not gonna lose as much time as the McLaren is. The McLaren's gonna go on to catch cars in front if Kelly lets them by, but Kelly can still hold on to this position.
Good run now down the straight.
Yeah, this is the closest he's been. But like thinking long term, Kelly is wearing down on Braga's tires. Braga was on a fresh set of tires after all, so Braga is putting a lot of extra strain on their car.
Going for the move.
And down the inside, side by side, he has the inside. It's a big slide from the McLaren. It doesn't allow the space from Kelly. Kelly's gonna hold that inside line, not gonna even give a shred of a possibility of a move to that McLaren.
Keep it clean.
Very, very clean so far, and it's a great battle. But yeah, overall, I think Kelly's in the better spot here. Kelly's saving the pit stop. He's not pushing too hard. His last lap was a 147. His best lap is a 145. So he's not using more of the tires than he needs to. Or sorry, no. Kelly's best lap is a 146. So Kelly's really not losing that much pace. Braga, huge slide. Just barely keeps control of the car. What a wonderful save, but that is going to throw him 2 seconds back from the rear bumper of Kelly.
Yeah,
and that is not enough to make.
Space now.
That's a lot of breathing space now as BMW runs off the road. We're just going to look at what Nico is up to right now. As Nico is the driver we want to see.
1 minute and 8 seconds, so that means that on the last 13 minutes Nico catch up 12 seconds. So again, as we had been saying before,
he needs to be gaining 30 seconds an hour.
Yeah.
If he gains 34 seconds an hour, he can catch up in the final few laps and have a last lap battle. A last lap battle in a 4-hour endurance would be something special.
It will, yeah.
This has been quite an entertaining race so far. Aside from when I had to go leave, that was.
Also, don't forget we are entering the stage of the race where you are going to have changing conditions on the track. Because let's remember, everyone, the track started around 30 degrees. It's now 21.
Well, no, it started at 36 degrees.
Yeah,
it's dropped 15 degrees Celsius. That's what? What for my American viewers? That's like 50 degrees Fahrenheit? 60 degrees Fahrenheit even?
Up to you. I don't know about that, but
I mean that's the difference between a winter day and a summer day. So very, very big difference in temperatures. Sun very slow and off the track. I wonder what happened to him. Go look at the replay real quick and see what happened. Looks like he just runs a little bit wide. Oh, big loss of control. Snap of the car, and he's facing backwards on track. Does get it turned around nice and safely, nice and quickly. But that's a big loss of time. And that's a lot of pressure relieved off of Nicholas in P10. Nicholas no longer has to worry about that. Yuzubi, I have a question for you. Seeing as we're very, very far into the race, what is your favorite livery on track in terms of cars?
Look, this quite a nice one. I would not say the Kelly's one because it's one of mine. So
yeah, you're biased.
I'm biased. Look, I quite like the ACM livery, which is simple. I like simple liveries. It's very nice, very clean. The car from Braga. I saw one of those that I saw. If you give me a second, I can check again which one. I remember we saw some of them at the beginning of the race.
I quite like this Lamborghini here.
Yeah,
this Lamborghini to me has one of the best liveries on track, if not the best. It's fun. It's very out there.
It's a racy car. It's a racy car. Let's say it.
It looks good. Everything works. I mean, there's something to look at everywhere on the car.
Look, and again, it fits the car itself. It fits the Lambo. as we know, the Lambo it's an aggressive car, so look, I would say that a liver like that will not fit a Ferrari, but for the Lambo it's perfect.
Sorry, just fixing stuff. There we go.
But again, going back, I also
Ooh,
like
spinner, spinner with a spin.
Like,
Wonder what happened to him? I like simple liveries, but I also like the very out there liveries. Spinner was just sat on the side of the track forever. I wonder what happened. Just waiting for cars to go by, I suppose? Very, very strange. Ooh, Braga has caught back up to Kelly. So that's a good show that Braga is way, way quicker. And I don't think Kelly's going to be able to get away. I think it's just going to be up to Kelly how long he wants to try and hold up Braga.
Will be Braga able to make the move?
Yeah, that's all it comes down to, and I think Kelly's been doing a great job defending. I know Kelly has pushed the limits a little bit in some of the past races. Track temp does change a lot when it comes down to at least like tire saving in the very, very long stints. I know at least it's going to impact the McLarens. I know in the McLaren the difference between 35 and 20-degree track temp is monumental. It affects how the car drives. You slide different.
Will affect mostly the eating on the tire, so because of the brakes itself.
I expect it to affect the Porsche as well. Porsche and McLaren both rely on different temperature tires for how they drive, so it's going to impact those most significantly.
As we know on ACC, basically what matters is ambient temperature, which is still at 21. It was around 25, I guess, when we started.
I think it was at like 22, 23. It did not change.
What, it's gonna be a 0.3, 0.2 PSI change maybe. But what can play
big
a role
switchback
there?
from switchback from Braga. Tries to go down the inside. There's just barely room for a car, but he decides to back up, makes the wise decision, tries to hold it around the outside. Kelly's going to close the door, say no, not today, and Kelly holds on to that position just about as they go down to the hairpin, or not hairpin, down into the chicane. Braga's going to get a much better run than Kelly on the entrance, and Braga is going to dive into the pit lane. That's a wise move. That's a wise move.
It's a wise choice. Yep. Instead of keep losing time there on the track behind a slower driver, he's going to pit and try to change.
He waits, he waits for the ideal pit window and then goes.
And again, I think they were two cars on different strategy, honestly, because I think Braga will be on a 3 pit stop strategy, for what I can see.
Let me see. Braga pitted exactly an hour into their stint, so they're pitting on the hour, every hour.
Yeah, they are doing a 1 hour stint, so Kelly's on a completely different strategy. Kelly's all about going longer, and Braga is going about going faster, so he's just losing time there.
As Spinner goes off the track yet again. It's not fantastic for him.
Interesting thing, the leader start losing some pace. He's actually pitting now.
Nico is pitting. Oh no, Fever's pitting.
Fever is pitting. It was like I was watching his times for the last 5 laps and he was quite losing some pace.
It's an hour-long stint. Nico actually might be in with a good shout here.
Yeah.
This might have just given it back. Because what that's gonna do is it's gonna equalize the pit stops.
Yeah, he's gonna offset the pit stops.
Fever has to do 1 extra pit stop compared to Nico if Nico continues as he is.
Let's see where Nico comes out, or where Nico will be when Fever comes out of the pits right now, because it's gonna be close. It's gonna be close, and it's gonna be the fight because Fever is still on the pits right now, and Nico is.
Oh, Nico with a huge slide through the chicane though. That might cost him. That might cost him going through the final sector. As Fever just gets moving, Nico is just coming down the pit lane.
Yeah, he's going to get P1.
That slide might have impacted it. No, they're going to exit side by side, and that's Nico up into P1, the position that he lost
So
nearly 30 minutes ago. So now Fever has to fight back for P1. Fever's going to be on the better tires and
Oh, the
the
Lambo P3
more
also
aggressive
pitting.
strategy. Lamborghini and P3 also pitting. That's going to be the 5 seconds served. Will the Bentley catch up is the real question. The Bentley takes P3 right now, but he still has to do
So,
his pit stop later on.
with all of these early pit stops, let's say, I think this is going to bring drivers like Kelly and Kragnas and even maybe Braga into the fight.
I want to point out, if you look at the positions that Kelly has been in, every time people serve their pit stops, Kelly
Either on the
jumps
podium
several
places.
positions.
Yeah.
And Kelly's going to be like that for the final stint. He's going to stay like that for the
Yeah,
final
that's
stint.
what I'm saying, exactly. So I think that this early pit stop from the top 4, let's say, they are going to bring another people into the fight who are going longer stints, like Kelly and even Braga. Which I think Braga is not anymore on the car now. I think it's Ely, which have taken the controls of the car right now for the next stint.
Yeah, it is. Ben is back in the car. I think Braga is just closing out the race with the final stint then, I would assume.
Oh, and the Lambo got the speed on the pit lane.
Lamborghini with the 30-second stop go. That is going to impact his position. It's going to be several positions lost for him. On board with P2 right now. He is only 4 seconds back from the lead of this race. So this battle is down to the wire. Nico is still going to have to pit. Nico's going to pit at approximately the hour 20 mark. And at that hour 20 mark, that's the final pit stop.
Again, once more, this only show how important pit stops are on endurance race. Again, the Lambo is going to pay the heavy price for speeding. I don't know by how much, but I can bet you it was almost nothing probably. But yeah, a small mistake that is going to have a heavy price.
Well, to get a stop go, you have to go, what, 20, 30 kilometers per hour over the speed limit?
Yes, most likely, but let's say it was a small mistake in the sense that you can almost break yourself like 50 meters before the line, and even if you lose like 1 or 3 seconds, it's better than getting a stop and go, because now he's going to lose what, 3-4 positions?
I think in his position, if he lost a second, he loses a position. It might have put the pressure on for him, and that pressure finally got to him.
Yeah, it just shows how important it is to practice pit stops also. Look, pit stops, even if it's a stopped part of the race, let's say, it's not. It's a racing skill after all. You need to learn each track line for the pit stop and how to improve the best you can, because it's gonna cost you sometimes.
He
Mistakes
just
like
gets
this
it
is gonna
stopped in
cost
time.
you.
So now that is the Raptor Virtual Racing car up. That's the Porsche up. That might be Kelly up a position as Kelly comes across, and he will take the position away from the Lamborghini. So Kelly with yet another position that he hasn't earned positions based off pace. He's earning them based off of a great strategy.
Make consistency.
And DT for Fever. So that might be another position for several drivers. And just pushing too hard, trying to catch back up to Nico. And yet again, another mistake that's going to cost another driver.
And it's interesting to see today that, look, sometimes we have some endurance races where it's about penalties between crashes, after crashes between cars. And again, another one for spinner, for track limits, so we are just seeing drivers making mistakes.
It's a difficult track, Barcelona. It
is.
I mean, I found the track limits here very, very forgiving. It's why in the briefing guide we marked this track as forgiving for track limits.
They are, look, they are, but
drivers don't want to slow down to lose that time.
Yeah, I think the easiest place to get track limits here should be the uphill section of the sector 2, just before the backstraight. I think that's the easiest part to get, but again, as you say, they are quite forgiving.
I think, well, I'm going to disagree with you. I think the easiest spot to get it is the start of Sector 3. That very heavy braking zone, you can run wide, and even with a big lift, running wide there gains you a lot of temporary time. And the game will take that temporary time and say, hey, you gained this. Even if you lose time on re-entry, the amount of time that you gain by doing that is not worth it.
car into the
Yeah,
pits right
Nico's
now.
still on
It's
the one cut that you
74.
saw. So
Yeah, and now you have a drive-through fever, so it's
so
gonna
that
hurt
is
him.
that's Nico securing himself back into his
It just
P1.
shows us like what 45 minutes ago we all said, oh no, Nico have a small moment and he
Not
completely
even
destroys.
35 minutes ago,
Yeah,
he
but
was P5, and now he's right back up
how
to P1 with a
it
good margin.
just it just shows us how fast things can change on endurance races.
And that
Because
Bentley
Fever right
did gain the
now,
position to Fever.
Bentley is P2 again.
So
Look,
Bentley right back up to P2. That's an amazing position for him. And well, if you look at the statistics, he might not be able to cut out the pit stop. He's on an hour-long stint right now, so the Bentley might pit here shortly, which would be quite impactful considering Fever has pitted. Nico has not pitted, but he still has a good 40 minutes left on his stint, so he's going to be going for a while now. Fever is in a good spot here, even despite the drive-through. I think Fever's going to hold P2. He should be able to run away with P2 for a good majority of the race.
Yeah.
I think the Raptor Virtual Racing car we're going to see pit within 20 minutes. If the Raptor Virtual Racing car can go 20 minutes on their single tank of fuel, they will be in for a good shot. They can drive an hour 30 to end the race. It's a long time. It is a very, very long time to get the car to last, but the alternative is doing a pit stop 10 minutes before the end.
most likely, yeah.
And you don't want to do a pit stop 10 minutes before the end. Yeah, Nico's halfway through with his stint, because he's saying he has about half fuel left, and he's 40 minutes in, 40 minutes to go. So plenty of time for him. Tristan did just lose the position to Spinner. Spinner gains the position.
Lambo just gained the position of Webby.
And a big collision. I don't know who that was on.
Oh.
Spinner tried to hold it down the inside. There wasn't space left, but I don't know if there was time for there to be space left. I don't know if he was side by side at turn-in or not. That's really the big determining factor with the stewards. They're going to look at that, and they're going to say, was he side by side before turn-in, or was he not side by side before turn-in? And if he is side by side before turn-in, he's entitled to space. But if he's not, he's just caused a collision, and he's going to get a penalty, and that's going to be a big penalty for spinning out another driver. That is not a light penalty. That should be about 10 seconds, maybe even more, depending on how the stewards rule it. It is a first-time offense this race, and an easy mistake to make. I think it's more of a racing incident with the blame. But that's Fever up a position as the Bentley runs super wide into the corner. Big mistake from him, a very uncharacteristic mistake that we haven't seen really this race so far. And it does put him back into P3. I'm sure he'll be happy with a P3 considering he started at, what was it, P8 on the grid, if I am remembering properly. He started P7 on the grid, so he's in a wonderful spot. 4 positions gained through the duration of this race. Behind him, the Raptor Virtual Racing car has gained 2 positions through the race. Kelly gained 3 positions, although he is on a long stint. Kelly will be going for probably another 30 to 40 minutes. Ideally, if Kelly goes 40 minutes, he has a nice push stint at the end. But he's got to make the car last. He's got to make it last an hour and 25, hour 27, and I don't think it's reasonable to make it last that long when he can just pit at the 120 mark or at the 1 hour 20 mark and just get to the end of the race. He might lose a little bit of time, but it's safer. And I think the safety in that is better. I'm a big fan of safe strategies for endurance race. I like if you can drive the car aggressive in an endurance race and use a safe strategy, it tends to run, at least for me, better. You gain a lot of time with the aggressive driving, and then the safe strategy guarantees that whatever strategy you are using is at least a good one. The Bentley is struggling. He is all over the track. I wonder if he's done something to the car, because he is not on the right lines. Like, he's missing the apexes. There's 2 apexes in a row that he's missed, and missing the exit of the corner entirely there. It's not going well for him. But he's got a good gap to the cars behind. So he's just got to keep on trucking on. And we are 75 laps through this race. My goodness, we have been going for a very long time. Tires a little bit bad after the incident. That is not good. Because you have a very, very long time to go on those tires, Nico. And you're just going to have to tough it out, keep on pushing. You got a good gap to the cars behind, but you are under some threat to some of the cars. Fever should overtake you with the pit stop, I think. So you can't quite relax in this position. It's not a happy position yet. It's not secured. You still have to do that final pit stop, and Fever is going to have to do one more pit stop after this. But when he does that pit stop, it's going to matter, because he can wreak havoc on your race by ruining your tires, ruining your fuel, forcing you to fight with him if he really so pleases. As Bentley into the pit lane finally. Believe he was having tire issues, and you know what this means, Yuzubi.
Yep.
Bentley is not going to make it on this pit stop. He will have to pit one more time before the end of the race, so he is not saved a pit stop. We can say that without a doubt now, and that's going to be costly. He's got Kelly to worry about. Kelly is a genuine threat now, with the fact that Kelly is not going to have that extra pit stop. So not only is the Bentley losing time in this current pit stop, finally gets moving, but 20 seconds back is Kelly. There's a good chance Kelly can do something here. You just got to outpace P2. As long as you can consistently outpace P2 in this P1 position, Nico, I don't think that you are under much threat. That is, of course, coming from someone who's commentating, someone who's just watching, but this is the same things I use for engineering. So, I mean, I have experience engineering for drivers, I have experience driving, I have experience with quite a bit of ACC positions for endurance races. I think commentating is, unfortunately, one of my highest houred positions for endurance races. I think I spent some of my most time commentating for races, whether that be as a driver, just commentating for the fun of it, or as an actual commentator like I am now. I will say, Yuzubi, I do like the new Phoenix Sim Sport logo. It looks very good on stream. I think it fits. Yeah. It fits very, very nicely. As opposed to the old one. Old one looked a little bit out of place.
The steward just decided on a 5 seconds penalty to fail to leave space on that incident with Carter, the 7 and 34.
Yeah, I didn't quite see the incident, so I can't do any sort of huge rolling to this.
Yeah, it wasn't one of those.
Do tell me, how does the Bentley have a 21-second gap to P3 but a 7-second gap to P1? I think my timing sheet is broken.
Give me a second. Again, no, the Bentley have...
on my sheet it's saying 7 seconds to P1.
No,
but it's definitely not 7 seconds to P1.
He's almost 2 minutes behind P1 right now.
I think something's messed up with the timing sheet at these kinds of gaps. This is probably the most boring stage of the race. Everyone is spread out, everyone's strategies are not in full effect yet. I suspect the final 40 minutes, that's when we're going to see the finalized positions. Final 40 minutes, it's winner takes all, basically. There will be no more pit stops after the 40-minute mark. There will be no more strategy battles. It's all about, can you drive faster than your opponent, and can you make the move on your opponent? Because equally, we saw with Kelly, it's not always about being the faster driver. Kelly is, well, he was a second slower than the car he was battling with, and he managed to hold them off for a good 30 minutes. So, it's not always about being fast. Kelly is pacing himself. I think pacing yourself in this kind of race is very wise. It's no mandatory pit stops levels the playing field between fast and slow drivers significantly. Because slower
Yes.
drivers can take advantage of the fact that while you are slow, you're using less fuel. And some fast drivers may purposely drive slow for that reason. You'll get drivers who are just saving fuel, saving tires, and making the cars last the distance. And ultimately, I think no matter the length of the race, saving the extra pit stop is always worth it.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's more than a minute of time saved versus
Yeah, from our calculations,
what
the pit stop around Barcelona is between 1 minute 10 seconds.
I mean, it can be close depending on how fast you're running, because we've done what? We've done 78 laps here. So if
Yeah.
you're losing a second a lap, it's not worth it. If you're losing half a second a lap, now all of a sudden that's 20 seconds
That's not
profit.
the same, exactly, yeah.
And potentially more depending on, like, Nico is running top pace and he's saving the fuel. So obviously you can save the fuel and drive very, very quickly. And in Nico's case, he's not losing time. So what he loses in terms of pace is negligible to the amount of time that he's going to gain with the pit stop. Also, I gotta say, Fever's livery from the helicopter cam looks amazing.
Yeah.
It looks so good. I love white, white, black, and red. Those colors all match so well on a car, and the car looks great from the windows. I like the window decals. I like the roof decals. The
So
side.
you're finally admitting that you like our livery from the Italian side. Finally.
When did I ever say I did not?
Always. Every single race.
No, but I think the front of the car is a little bit plain. It's more of a Marlboro sort of design. But the top of the car and the back of the car looks really good. Even then, I like the Marlboro design more with the front of the car, with the V shape with the colors. But we don't get a V shape here. This is more like default in-game.
Don't forget. End of the day,
Diagonal.
it's a Ferrari, so red should be on the car. Even so that we have saw some not red skins on some cars.
I will say it's got I don't know, is it the shade of the red? I think it's the shade of the red that I like more than the Italian Stallion livery.
Yeah, we went for a darker shade, so
Yeah, it's a much more vibrant car. It pops. It pops a lot more. Italian Stallion sneaks up on you and then passes you, and you never see it again.
well, that's the whole purpose of that car. If you never see it again.
I mean, it's similar to I would say it's similar to my livery in a way, where it's using a lot of darker colors, but it still pops. It's still very visible despite being the darkest car.
Look, personally, from our league for Phoenix Championship, I think one of the great liveries we have still it's the McLaren from Mav. It's the orange McLaren will always be one of those who just fits the car itself.
Well, you're forgetting that Mav doesn't run that livery anymore.
Yeah, no, it changed it, but
it's a shame.
Look,
I loved the marvelous McLaren livery. I would have liked to continue to see it. It's the same reason I haven't swapped my livery since I made it. It's just it works.
It works. It was one of those liveries that it fits the car, it fits the driver, it pops out to the eye, like you said. It looked nice on streams.
Yeah, it's impossible to look at the Phoenix grid and not say, oh, that's Yuzubi, oh, that's Ackerman. With Shanae, sometimes it's difficult, but Shanae has been running very consistent liveries. I love Shanae's current livery. I think the purple's gonna be very interesting. You can see my screen share, Yuzubi. Stream won't be able to see it, but I can find Shanae's livery in here somewhere. Yeah. I will just quickly... Can I just drag this in here? Like, there's the livery for Shanae next season. It's purple, but I think it's going to be a very bright purple compared to the car I'm running. It's gonna pop more.
It will. And it's not the only one changing livery, so we are in for quite a season next season.
Yeah, I prefer not to change my livery, only because I've made a name for myself with my livery. I think a lot of
Well,
drivers can get attached to their liveries, but some drivers like
personally,
switching them.
I will, because for the simple reason that the Italian styles were created with Kelly in mind, and I like to save the liveries for the team itself. So as I have a new teammate this season, I'm going to something different.
Yeah, I think I don't think I'm ever gonna swap my livery. It's my solo livery, it's my team livery. If my teammate wants to drive with that livery, they can. I mean, most of the teammates have decided that they like the livery, they want to stick with it.
Yeah.
I would never quite force it. I mean, I would definitely highly encourage it because having two matching cars on track is nice.
It's weird sometimes, not gonna lie. I think even for the streamers himself is sometimes weird. I saw some of our replays from our streams, and sometimes it can get quite messy if you have two people with the same car livery on different places of the track.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we always swap the color. That's why James and I basically ran opposite colors when we drove.
Yeah,
They
I
need to be
remember
distinct.
when you were not on track, we were actually doing the streams for the league, and then I was me and Kelly with the same exact livery. We basically have just the name different on the car.
Yeah, like on the stream for reference, the Italian Stallion car is the one on stream. This is a championship winning car, currently being driven by Kelly. You can see it has Kelly on the rear license plate, but this is the exact same livery for UZB. Only difference is the number on the car and the name
Oh
on the
no,
back.
actually, I'm lying to you. Mine has the logo now.
Yours does have the logo now,
Thanks.
but it didn't used to.
No, I didn't use to. Now you have the logo thanks to Dondir, so
My car still does not have the purple goose on it. It just has Chase the Goose. Because everyone recognizes the purple bubble car. It's a very distinct livery.
it is, yeah.
You're not gonna mistake.
honestly-
You're not gonna mistake it.
Honestly, the purple that you have is one of the best that you ever created, so
That's why I didn't. That's why I haven't updated it. I just add more sponsors to it.
it's again like when we go, let's say, outside Phoenix racing elsewhere, like we did with our friends at ACM on the Sundays, we always use the same liveries. We just like it basically, and we got used to it. And
Yeah,
they work.
you get attached to the. It's the same thing about like not switching the car. Although switching the livery doesn't affect the performance of the car, it does. It feels more. It feels more at home with the right
I
livery on it.
don't know. Look, yeah, of course it doesn't affect physically the performance of the car, but
Yeah,
at
that's what I'm
which
saying.
point
Like the mentality.
psychology on the, yeah, the mentality that when you have a nice livery and you feel okay with it, I think it still plays some kind of role on the mentality of your mind. You know, the game set mind.
I think liveries affect the drivers around you more than anything. Because different
Also, yeah.
liveries like get different emotions. If you have a really bright car and you're in someone's rearview mirror, of course you're going to be seen.
Look, it's almost like
Like,
I remember one of.
Sorry to interrupt you. Like Webby here is going to be looking in his rearview mirror. He's going to see this really bright Ferrari right
Yeah,
behind
yeah,
him.
of course.
It's gonna be in the center of his mind. Whereas like a darker car, you sort of put it to the back of your mind. You don't pay attention to it, and all of a sudden it's diving down the inside.
It's some like the when you. Do you remember our first race this season at ACM where that was one guy with that funny bumper stick?
I do.
What was it? So see, like a small bumper stick that it can play a mind game, let's say, with the guy behind, because you are going to spend time reading that and looking into it.
And speaking of, Sam dives down the inside, just barely enough room for the Ferrari driver. Goes down the inside of the McLaren, and it's going to be Webby trying to fight around the outside on the next portion of the track. Nearly makes contact, but I don't think there was contact. Sweeps in for a nice wide line, still around the outside. It's going to be Webby holding the position. A wonderful fight here, and now Sam is going to have to be on the back foot onto this straightaway, trying to make up that move. Not a position lost for him just yet. It would have been a position lost for Webby, as Webby is the one defending here, and Sam is the fighting driver, and getting very, very close under braking, trying to make up that move, and just not quite there yet. But my goodness, good attempt at a move, and certainly, I mean, playing into the psychology thing, that's one way to make sure your opponent has to focus on you, is going for those risky moves, going for the moves that most drivers wouldn't attempt. It's the same sort of philosophy with how you talk about like racing at the front. As he's going to get a great run down the straightaway, hold the inside line potentially as Webby thinks about defending, but he's not going to defend in time. And now side by side, just barely as they go through into the first corner, Webby's going to hold that outside line, try to get as much width out of the corner as he can to sweep around the outside. Sam on the inside, space is left by both drivers, lots of generous space, nearly makes contact, and that's going to be Webby down a position, Sam up a position, and Webby just loses a little bit of grip, and that's going to be him slowing down, losing time to the cars behind, and now Webby down into P9, Sam back into P8. Sam was our driver who started P3 in this race, so he has a lot of work to do still in this final hour and a half of racing, but a beautiful move from him.
Keep an eye maybe on car 78. We see J Low. The Porsche is catching Kelly for the last few laps. The gap is really...
Oh, big yellow flag. I don't know where that was.
It was Webby.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there, because it was a yellow between him and the blue flag car. Potential collision here is what it sounds like to me. No, big slide. What a save. And blue flag car just couldn't do anything about it. I don't think there's going to be any penalty for that. Blue flag car was on the brakes.
Let's see.
What a save from Webby that was. My goodness. He should feel proud of himself, and also I'm sure he's feeling a little bit disappointed, because that is a big amount of time lost to Sam in front. Yeah, we try our best with the event organization. Do try our best with the commentating. I did have a little bit of a hiccup at the start of the race, just having to go grab food. It was way, way too late into the day for me to be doing this. Daylight savings got to me. But I have a snack next to me, and I have water next to me, so I'm all good now. Only thing I'm worried about is my throat for the final hour and a half, because it is starting to get quite sore commentating for this race, but that's really about all I have to worry about. It is beautiful conditions on track right now. We should start to see some faster lap times as the track gets more and more grip. These are ideal conditions for lap time. 19 degrees. Optimal track conditions are essentially meta for getting good laps here in ACC. Can't ask for much more. 17 degrees maybe if you are in the right car. As Kelly runs wide, that is going to be an off track for him. Whether or not that is a penalty for that is to be seen. But now the Porsche tries to go around the outside. It almost makes the move stick, but not quite. Now he's going to have to be stuck behind for the chicane. Possibly gets a better run, as he is going to be farther over to the side. It is a good run from the Porsche, but he has to wait a little bit on the throttle. I could see some visible hesitation from the Porsche driver, not able to get on the throttle quite as soon as he would have liked to. If he had gotten on the throttle when he liked to, he would be in front already. But Kelly thinks about defending, knows he doesn't have to defend. Porsche tries to put the car down the inside. Porsche with quite a lot of straight line speed at the end of the straight, and it's going to be Porsche trying to send it down the inside. Kelly leaves space, but he has the outside line. Kelly managed to hold on. Porsche is going to make him go to the inside, force him to defend, force him to think about him. I don't think the Porsche was far enough alongside to go for the move there. Kelly sort of just left the door open. And Kelly really just has to hold him off for 7 more minutes, and then he'll be able to pit. And that'll be his final pit stop of the race. I don't think Kelly wants to lose his position just yet. I think Kelly's having fun battling, if I am being honest. Kelly looks like he's having a blast this race. He's in the zone, has been on top of his defense, and it's been a monumental effort from Kelly to hold off some of these faster drivers, because that is the one disadvantage of this strategy that Kelly's on. Lots of faster drivers have pitted more than him, and they're ending up behind him, and now all of a sudden he has to catch back up, and well, they have to catch back up, and Kelly has to defend. So Kelly really has his work cut out for him. Most of these drivers are much quicker and qualified much higher up, but strategy is paying off, and it's paying off in dividends for Kelly, as he's just going to hold on to this position for a little bit longer. And This battle's going to keep on going. I don't think this battle's going to end. I don't think Kelly can run away. The Porsche is second faster on average per lap, judging by the best lap times. Actually, probably more like half a second, but still, that is a very, very big difference, especially for an endurance race. As Kelly runs off onto the gravel, he's going to have to defend to the inside. He's not to the inside just yet. He's waiting. I don't know what he's waiting for, but the Porsche is going to take that inside line if Kelly doesn't take it. And the Porsche is going to go for the inside. It's going to be side by side for turn 1. And the Porsche, very, very late on the brakes, takes the position. Kelly goes for the switchback. He's going to go around the outside, holding it just on the back of the Porsche. He's fully behind by now. Tries to make up the move through the third corner, but is not able to do so. That's Kelly down a position. I don't know if Kelly is quite going to fight. I wonder if Kelly didn't even fight at all for that corner. I don't see why he didn't move to the inside to defend that position. But it is over and done with now. The Porsche is through, and that is Kelly down a position. Kelly will move back up that position when he pits. Kelly only has 5 minutes until he's made it to his final pit stop. Whether or not he goes for longer is up to him. I believe he absolutely will go for longer. He is only on, an hour 10-minute stint. It's gonna be close. It's gonna be close, but he should be able to go an hour 20, hour 25. If he can go an hour 25 on his stint, that's going to put him in a very, very good spot with just an hour and 10 minutes of time for him to survive until the end of the race. It's very, very doable. It's very, very doable. Nico is currently on an hour-long stint. He will be pitting for his final time in approximately 10 to 20 minutes here for Nico. So pitting around the same time as Kelly, but on a significantly shorter stint. Sorry. So his pit stop time will be a little bit earlier on, but I don't think it's going to cost him any time at all. Both drivers are going to save the pit stop. Both drivers are going to take advantage of that save pit stop, and both drivers are going to gain a lot of time to their rivals. And if I was this Porsche, I would be pushing as hard as I can, and it looks like that's exactly what he's doing. Trying to get away, trying to escape desperately from Kelly. He needs 20 seconds approximately to Kelly if he wants to save enough time to get away. Because the Porsche here is on a 29-minute stint. So he will pit one more time. So he has done his final pit stop. So I don't know if Kelly's going to gain that place. Kelly might gain it to the Bentley, though. It's going to be close on that one, and I don't know if Kelly can do it, but Kelly is in a very, very safe position. The car behind him is the 555, but the 555 is on what stint? They are on a 31-minute stint, so they still have to pit. So it's all up for grabs here. Kelly is holding on to whatever position he can get. Every position Kelly loses now is a position lost overall, but you can see how far forward it has pushed him in this race, from P8 to P6. Great effort from him, and the Porsche has moved from P10 to P5. So 5 positions gained for the Porsche, 2 positions gained for Kelly, 3 positions lost for the Lamborghini. Front 2 are in the same position they started in, and the Raptor Virtual Racing car in P3 has gone up 3 positions, although I believe they still have to pit. They are an hour 20 into their stint. They are cutting it close, but they are going to make it to the end with one more pit stop. The Bentley.
It's 7 hours now.
The Bentley is going to have to pit one more time, so that's going to be interesting. The Porsche has to pit one more time. Kelly has to pit one more time. The Lamborghini has to pit one more time. Sam has to pit one more time. Webby is pitting now. He's going to be very, very close across the line for fuel. He did go an hour 19 on his stint, so he does have the time in the tank to do it. But hour 22 remaining in this race. For a lot of our long runners, this is the time to pit. Any time between now and 10 minutes from now will be the ideal pit stop window for a lot of our long-running drivers. For some of the drivers who are doing their shorter stints, they will pit around the 1 hour to the 50-minute mark and just take advantage of being on those fresh tires for that last stint, giving it everything, giving it all they've got for those final few hour, or for the final hour that is, final few minutes. And
I'm getting the feeling that Kelly now is start to struggling a little bit more with those tires.
he is, and the worst part for Kelly is that he has to defend. If Kelly doesn't defend, he loses the position. So he has an hour of defense left in front of him.
Because P7 is rapidly closing also behind him, so...
And don't forget, P7 was previously fighting for the podium.
P3 or P2, yeah.
So it's not a slow car.
The pace difference is around 2 seconds right now, so between them on the last lap, so...
Yeah, Kelly is going to have to start defending next lap. And he's going to spend the entire rest of his race defending. He can do it, but it's going to be very, very difficult. And I don't know if he's up to it. It's asking someone to defend for an hour is already a tall order. Asking them to defend for an hour on old tires, on lots of fuel, on a very quickly getting tricky track. It's a lot to ask from a driver, and there's no shame in him just letting the Lamborghini through and following. At worst, he finishes P7, it's still a position gained over his starting position, and he's gained it all with strategy.
We know how hard it can be to defend for a full hour. We just saw it on
Yeah, because now he's defending, and it looks like he might already lose the position because around the outside goes the Lamborghini.
Yeah, he left us.
Yeah, I don't think Kelly was up to the task of fighting for an hour. I think he's made the best call here.
And Nico just said to us on the chat that he's got the second warning for track limits. So that might play a role there also.
That could. I don't think it will. He's got 55 seconds to P2. Worst case scenario, he has to back off.
Don't forget that that was around more or less that gap that Fever have before he get himself a drive-through also, so...
But also, Fever's going to have to pit again. Fever has not done their due diligence.
They have both.
Yeah, if Fever was in this position and he didn't have to pit again, Fever takes P1 and wins the race. In this position now, it's going to take a big mistake from Nico to make it up. Nico can afford to save 1 second a lap being safe through track limits and still come out in front. He can lose almost 2 seconds a lap and be alright.
You have the Bentley making the move on P3.
Oh, very, very close between them.
Oh, they touch.
They didn't touch just yet. That's going to be the Ferrari around the outside. Ferrari almost loses control and touches the Bentley.
Oh,
my goodness. All over the track. We're just going to look at the replay of that real quick, because that was very, very close between them. Nearly contact. I don't think they made contact. Bentley goes for the switchback. It was close, but no, I think the Bentley just lost a little bit of control on the inside. Nearly hit into the Ferrari, but just about kept it. Yeah, no contact there. Almost contact, but just about keeps away. That was a very, very close battle. Very close.
Oh, the wheel on the grass there.
Both of them struggling a lot. I wonder if they're both on long stints. We can check. No, they are not. The Raptor Virtual Racing car has been going for an hour and 25 minutes on that single set of tires. Oh, that poor Ferrari is on another level of pain.
He's on a mission.
He has nothing to gain by fighting here, but he has everything to lose if the Bentley hits him.
Well, but this time loss by the Bentley behind can implicate some position loss later on the race, so...
Potentially, but I don't think so.
Well, we saw it with the P1 currently, Nico, that a small mistake can cause a big problem.
Speaking of, down the inside goes the Bentley. It's going to be the outside line for the next series of corners. Squeezes to the inside line. That Ferrari is on such old tires, it's struggling to keep the line still side by side. Holds the inside, holds the outside. I think they make contact there. I think the Bentley might have turned in, Ferrari might have turned out, but it's going to be the Ferrari holding on to that position. Might have been a little bit of contact. I think there was contact there if I look at the race control. And yes, that was contact, so that will be looked at by the stewards. I don't know that there was anything there really. And down the back straight, here comes the Bentley yet again. Big run down the straight, not going to make the dive for it. I would be tempted to make the dive here if I was the Bentley, but he's going to just get a good run out of the corner, and he's going to hold it around the outside, makes the move, just barely slots in front, and a beautiful move from the Bentley driver. Yeah, I might have just been, if I was the Bentley shoes, I might have just done the dive there. Ferrari's on very, very old tires. It's going to struggle a lot to try to outbrake you. And at that point, you can make a very, very safe dive bomb. And a dive bomb is almost the Raptor Virtual Racing car is still going. It's going to be like an hour 30 stint for that poor Ferrari. It's on an hour 26 right now. I think he's losing time at this rate. I don't think it's worth it. And Nico with a 5-second penalty. And who's it? What's your name? Tristan with a 5-second penalty. I don't think Tristan's going to be impacted by it at all. 11 seconds back from the car in front, and a minute 45 down the road.
The Lambo, the 555 catching up to the Porsche in P5. They're quite close.
They are very, very close.
And also Spinner catching up to car 34 for the last place, but not least important, of course.
If anyone wants to grab screenshots, now is the perfect time for screenshots. It's almost dark, but it's not quite dark enough that the cars are hard to see. But you still get that nice reflection from the lights. I love racing in these conditions. These times, this time on track is some of the best as a driver.
Yeah, these by the time servers will be around 10 PM in game. They will finish the race around midnight.
Oh, he tries to go around the outside. This might be a switchback maneuver from the Lamborghini. Down the inside he goes, and he is going to make up the position. Very, very smooth from the Lamborghini driver to take that position. That was effortless, and a beautiful, beautiful move. Porsche is on newer tires as well. They're about on the same amount of stint timer, so very equal battle between them. I don't know that the Porsche quite wanted to fight. It does look like the Porsche did just back off, because the Porsche is not quite on the pace. And you gotta wonder if it's maybe the Porsche trying to save fuel, trying to go a little bit longer and have a nice final stint, and maybe the Lamborghini doesn't care so much about that final stint, so they're pushing hard now.
Let's also not forget that some of these drivers are going solo, so now is the time that your body starts to get a little bit tired.
Yeah, some of our older drivers are going to start suffering. I know some of the younger drivers, like I can go a good 7-8 hours on a single stint.
Yeah,
it's a lot, but I can. I'm lucky to have the endurance to do so, but a lot of drivers can't. A lot of drivers can only go about 4 or 5 hours. Yeah. And especially depending on the hardware they're using. I mean, in real life, you only get 4 hours straight before you are taken out of the car. You're not allowed to drive more than 4 hours, because it can be very, very draining. And in the sim, you're only what, 20 beats per minute, 10 beats per minute under the heart rate of a racing car driver. Yeah. So you're still putting in a lot of physical exertion to drive a virtual car. And it's weird for a lot of people to hear that, but like sim racing can get your heart rate going, get your muscles working. And I know a lot of these drivers do have some very high-end hardware. So
and going back to some strategy now, we had Bruno that pitted and changed drivers on the car 30. They finally get rid of those tires, so they should be in now for the last stint. And we have at least 3 cars that should go to the end now, which is P7, P11 and P17. They are on very early stints now. They should be able to go to the end.
Did you catch how long the number 30 went on that single set of tires?
He went for an hour and 27 minutes.
My goodness. Making the Ferrari last that long is impressive.
And I think we also got the confirmation that Nico on P1 got the 3rd warning for track limits.
Yeah, 3rd cut for Nico.
On the verge of a drive-through.
He just has to drive safe for an hour and 10 minutes.
So looking a little bit of the strategy right now, I think Jake Spinner on P17 is up to gain a position after the pit stop of the P16. Jake just pitted like 3 laps ago for his last stint, most likely. He's going solo, let's not forget about it. And we have also Oliver Flynn now on the car, I think, on the P14. They are
Yeah,
in
Flynn
for their last stint.
is in the car.
They are in for their last stint also.
I will also say, Flynn should have been commentating with me. Don't know why he's not.
We love to have Flynn on the box, but it's
Flynn
lovely
has
to
been
see him
doing
on
a
the track
great
now.
job with commentating, and you will see
Yeah.
more of Flynn's commentary for next
Next
season.
season.
He is continuing to commentate for us, which will be very, very exciting, especially now that he's starting to learn some of the drivers. He's starting to learn where all of our different drivers do and don't do things. So as a commentator, I know it's very valuable. Like I know I can tell you what Kelly can do. I can tell you what Webby's gonna do. I can tell you what Darkness is gonna do. I know
And
all of
talking
these
about Kelly,
drivers.
he's just pitted now.
Yeah, Kelly's on his final pit stop. But
Yep.
I can tell you like a lot about all these different drivers because of my experience racing with them and my experience commentating for them. Flynn doesn't have that benefit going into the commentary. He didn't know hardly any of the drivers. I don't think he even knew. He didn't know my in-game name when
No, it does.
when I was on track. So he's learned a lot. He's improved a lot, and well, improved a lot from an already good standpoint. He started good, and then he went better than that. So we all appreciate the effort he puts in.
Saturday. We
Yeah,
don't
next
stop
Saturday.
here. We talk about next season, but it's quite close. It's the server will open tomorrow for the first practice.
Yeah, this is the Stewart's break from the season racing.
There is no break, basically.
Oh yeah, I mean I'm doing a different job. You're doing a slightly different job.
Yeah.
Our commentator is having a great time. Yeah, 115, 120 should be like your heart rate for sim racing. Sometimes even more. I think I've seen people get up to like 130, 140 beats per minute.
I think it will also depend on the situation, let's say.
No, yeah, and it depends on how old or young you are. If you're younger, your heart rate's gonna go
Spinner
more.
on the pit. What happened? Something happened to Spinner?
It's a great question. I can't tell. And he's perfectly blocked in the helicam, so I can't even see if he's got damage on the front of the car.
Give me a
Very,
sec,
very close for
I
Tristan.
will try to look on a replay what happened, but
Pushing the BMW down the straightaway. He's going to look to the inside line. We did say that midnight racing car is going to look good at night, and my goodness does it look good at night making that move. And that's a beautiful move on the BMW to take P15. I do wonder if that is a provisional P15 or a proper P15, and right now it is a proper P15. He's going to have to pit, and so is the BMW behind him. But yeah, speaking of liveries, this was one of the liveries I wanted to see at night. I didn't think we were going to get any night racing, but yeah, I think this is probably the best looking livery for nighttime, just because simple colors, it blends in with the darkness, but it has that splash of color that we like to see, and it stands out. And it's what we were talking about with all of the cars. Having just a little bit, there are certain colors that they just pop, and those liveries tend to be some of the nicest to look at because they stand out. It can be a simple livery, and if it pops, it pops. As Porsche finally into the pits.
From information we got, Spinner have maybe messed up his fuel on the last pit stop, so he needed more fuel. There was no spin.
That's a
I
shame.
think there was something around the fuel.
That's essentially him out of the race, but I think he's happy to keep on going. Yeah, you're already 3 hours in. You might as well go for the final hour.
Yeah.
As we are going to see Porsche still in the box. That's going to be a position for Sam and a position for the Raptor Virtual Racing car. Sam has not pitted just yet, so Sam still has his pit stop to do. And that's going to be interesting to see how far back that puts him. I think that's going to put him P7.
Kelly can catch the Porsche right there?
Can Kelly? He might be able to.
He should. He's around the pit lane now.
It's going to be very, very close. It's going to be very, very close as the Porsche is just exiting the pit lane. Here comes Kelly down the main straight, and it's just a little bit too late. It's going to be about 5 seconds separating them. And I distinctly remember there was a certain race where Kelly was trying to catch up to a Porsche at Barcelona and could not. I hope Oh, big moment there for Kelly. Just about holds on to the car. Well, it's going to be more of a battle with the car itself then, I suppose, than the driver in front. But I remember, is this an ACM driver, Yuzubi?
Sorry, the guy on.
The 78.
No, I don't think so. I think the only two drivers were
I-
Braga and BA on P9.
I think I recognize him. He might have been the Porsche that Kelly was actually chasing down in the ACM race. Which would be really tragic if it was.
Second time. No
Yeah,
luck.
that'd be tragic because it's the same name, I think. I remember that name. Ooh, good run for Sam. He's gonna have a run down the inside potentially on the
Believe
number
it on
30.
the pits also.
I mean, if you are the Raptor Virtual Racing car here, I don't think you defend. Let Sam make the move. Ooh, very, very close. Let Sam
That's
make the
close.
move and overtake him in the pit stop because Sam still has to pit. Raptor Virtual Racing doesn't have to pit, so it's a big disadvantage for Sam, and Sam nearly, very, very nearly took him out. It's gonna be close between Fever as I don't think Fever's pitted yet.
Yes.
Fever's not pitted yet, so it's not like it matters if Fever overtakes here, but it's not good for Nico if Fever overtakes here, because that is
No,
a lot of
because, yeah.
pressure.
That's gonna be a fight on track that he doesn't need right now.
And it is going to be Fever taking P1 as Nico is just getting moving. You can see the headlights of Fever as he crosses the line and takes P1. He is going to have to pit though, so Fever is not going to hold on to that position. Next car down the road is the the Bentley, sorry, not the
Oh, little-
BMW. Very, very far
Little
back.
moment there for the 74 on turn 1. He
Uh,
went wide.
We can go look at that, seeing as we don't have a whole lot to look at right now.
I guess worst to spinner situation, you got to drive through for track limits.
Oh, big, big moment for Fever. And runs over the sausage curbs. We did warn about those sausage curbs, but he had a great time over them. Surprisingly, the Ferrari, I did not expect the Ferrari to be anything near good over those curbs. As Spinner now dives into the pit lane. And
It's
that might...
normally not that good, don't is that good, but
I don't imagine the... Oh, here we go. Sam is in the pits finally. Yeah, Ferrari is usually not good over curbs.
no,
Ferrari is...
I can vouch for that.
It's a very unstable car, so it's interesting to see that 74 was able to take the sausage curb just fine. It drove over, didn't care.
Well, I
So,
guess you can
wonder if
set
something
up the car in
they...
a way,
Yeah, I wonder if it's
but
something the way they set up, because there is a lot of sausage curbs here. I don't know. Would you be compromising? Would you be compromising your overall pace by doing that, though?
in some way, yes, because as you know, ACC cars like stiff suspension, so of course you're going to compromise. I don't think it should be like a second compromise, but I think some tense. Again, all will be track related again, because some tracks, as you know, I don't think Barcelona is quite harsh on curbs, to be honest.
No, there's just
So-
a couple curbs that really do rock the car around. And,
you can still get away with it.
We did have Sam dive into the pit lane, and I will point out that's Kelly and the Porsche both up a position, and that's a position to stick. That's not a position
It is,
lost
yeah.
later on. That's a position gained thanks to the strategy. I don't think there's going to be any more positions. I think this might be our final order. There's very few drivers that need to pit. Nico will take back P1 because Fever did just go into the pit lane. We do have Ben in P9 right now. He will pit, but the driver directly behind him will also be pitting. So
Yeah, Fever and
Webby
Chill.
might gain a position here, but Webb is also, mind you, he's already on a 20-minute stint. So there's a chance that he doesn't finish the race.
Well, don't forget about the 555 Lambo. They are on a 53 minutes stint now, so they need to pit.
They do need to pit, but are they going to lose to the Raptor Virtual Racing?
That's the question.
It is 49 seconds separating them as Kelly does run off the road. Kelly's having a fine time on the sausage curbs as well, so maybe it's just all right on the Ferrari.
It's a Ferrari thing, maybe.
Maybe if the curbs are big enough, the Ferrari doesn't care. That'd be quite funny if it was the case, because I know the Ferrari.
No,
Ooh, yellow flag for the Raptor Virtual Racing. That's going to cost him. I mean, we were talking about the 555 potentially losing the position here, but if the number 30 is doing stuff like that, oh, lots of curb, and just saves the car. That's a very good save. Knowing from my experience in the Ferrari, that's a good save. It's difficult to save the Ferrari. It's one of the trickier cars to save in this game. McLaren is probably one of the easiest on this track, or on this game.
You can save it, but as you know, when it goes, it goes.
Yeah, it looked like it was going, but he managed to hold it, and I'm impressed. Spinner is making a move.
100.
Around the outside goes Spinner, and side by side for the straightaway. It turns to the inside line for the next corner. He's on the marbles. He's gonna hold the inside. Lots of space left by the BMW. Almost too much space, and that I believe is Spinner unlapping himself. So Spinner is no longer a lapped car to the P16 BMW. So I'm sure he'll be quite pleased about that. Only drivers who are going to have to pit are the BMW that we just witnessed. We have Kiri in the pit lane, Kiri crashing into the pit lane, and Kiri returning to a box. That's going to be a long pit stop.
Yeah.
I wonder if they damaged their suspension, couldn't turn. But we have Tristan in the pits and Kiri out of the race, retiring from the race. Next driver in the pit lane is Thomas. Darkness still needs to pit. I suspect he'll pit at the end of this lap. There's no reason not to pit at the end of this lap. I think that's the ideal time to pit. I think any drivers who have not pitted yet should pit now. An hour left into the race. You can bring the car around for an hour very, very easily. Some of the drivers who are on like 40-minute stints might be able to push it, but I wouldn't. And
I'll give you 4 or 5 minutes. I'll be back.
we are seeing what is that? The McLaren into the pit lane? Who is into the pit lane? I don't know who's into the pit lane. It is a McLaren to the pit lane who was on an hour-long stint. He will be on a nice set of rubber finally. I'm sure he'll be relieved to be on fresh tires. Juan has not pitted yet, but he will pit soon, almost assuredly. And the 555 still needs to pit and is under great threat from the Raptor Virtual Racing car. The Raptor Virtual Racing car is just 50 seconds back and has pitted. There's a good chance that we're going to see a fight here for the final hour of racing. And it should be a good race for this final hour. At least that is the hope. We always want to see a nice battle. Not to be underestimated, the Bentley is only 10 seconds back from P2, so that fight's not over either. And Kelly is a little bit behind the Porsche. He's falling back, which is the only problem there. But Bentley might be able to catch P2, and Lamborghini, I don't know how safe they are. They're going to keep on going. They're not going to pit just yet. But I don't know how safe they are from the Raptor Virtual Racing car. And that's going to come back to bite them. He's going to need to push non-stop because Romain is flying. Romain is a second off of the Lamborghini's pace. So the Lamborghini is just slowly dragging out that gap. But is it enough is the real question. Is he going to be able to hold them off for long enough to make the pit stop? I don't know. You can't quite tell when... I can't quite tell here at Barcelona how long the pit stop is. But it's not going to be a simple race for the Lamborghini. I know that much for sure. And it's just 1 hour of racing left. And it is down to the wire here. We are losing daylight steadily. Drivers are crawling into the night. Webby gains a position to Juan, who has to finally pit after going for a while on that McLaren. Next driver in the pit lane is Thomas. Thomas in the pit lane for a second time. I wonder if he didn't bring enough fuel. That's going to be costly for him. We're going to stay on board with the Raptor Virtual Racing car and switch between him and the Lamborghini, because this is the battle on track. 50 seconds separate them, but that's a 50-second battle. And this is what we were talking about with strategy. This is the final strategy fight of the race. After this, it is all down to who's where and who is fastest. And it's not so clear-cut, this race. I mean, Nico is going to run away with the win as long as he doesn't mess it up. The worst thing he could do now is speed if he serves a drive-through, or getting a drive-through at all, as potentially the end of his race if he does get a penalty. His position gained for Braga to the standing Juan. Things are not set in stone right now. And usually in a race this long, you get something set in stone, but it's not set in stone right now. And Webby is just exiting the pit lane. So he's on a fresh set of rubber. He is following behind Kelly with a yellow flag. I wonder what that was about. We will go back and look real quick to see if we can't figure out why Kelly caused a yellow flag. It looks like he probably just ran a little bit wide. Slow down on the gravel and rejoin the track. Nice and safely. Oh, big slide. Not nearly as bad as I thought it was. Does manage to hold control of the car and hold on to that position, but did nearly lose it. That was quite close. So, currently, a very interesting race going on right now. And just looking at some of the various reports that we have on the race so far. And not a lot of penalties this race. Lots of drivers driving very clean. Just looking at some of the incidents real quick. Apologies about that. We are just looking on board with Kelly still. We will go back to the Raptor Virtual Racing car and see where Romain can put his team. I think he's driving solo for this event. I remember when we had them for the endurance at Spa, they brought a team of drivers. I think it was 2, maybe 3 drivers, and they were quite quick. They were fighting for some of the top spots. I had good memories of their battles, and it was quite entertaining to watch. Right now, I think it's just Romain driving solo. And 4 hours solo is nothing to scoff at. I know I was saying, I mean, I could do 7 hours, but 4 hours you feel it. 7 hours is the point at which I start to lose track of where I am. At that point, you are pushing the limits of what you're allowed to do as a driver. If there is proper rules around limiting stints, I mean, 7 hours for us, at least like in the 24 hours, 7 hours was your maximum stint time. You could only drive 7 hours total for the entire race. Any more than 7 and your team is disqualified. So it's no joke. It's no joke driving long endurance solo. 4 hours is the perfect distance solo, I think. It's long enough that you do have to pace yourself, but it's not so long that it's restrictive on who can drive. 6 hours solo, you push the limits. 5 hours can get away with. You'll start to lose some drivers. Some drivers will start to really drop off for pace. And Nico with the drive-through. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Sometimes when you cut the track, that initial time gained when you go off track gives you the penalty despite you losing time in the long run. And that costs you a lot of time. Thankfully, you have no stop-go, no drive-through after that, so you are still 34 seconds away from Fever. Fever will not catch you by the end of the race as long as you don't make the same mistake twice. And I can't see that mistake being all that easy to make. But saying that, you did get all the penalties in a single hour. So there's a good chance that maybe Fever's in with a shot. It'll be interesting. Do have to take a drink of water. My throat is finally starting to reach its limit. Yeah, 4 hours. It's a long time, but it's not too long. I prefer driving 4 hours solo. For me, driving like 1 or 2 hours in an endurance race isn't enough. If I'm driving endurance, I want to drive for 4 hours. I want to drive for maybe even 6 hours. For the 24-hour, I did a 6-hour stint, but I ended up having to do a 7-hour stint back when Phoenix hosted, or we didn't host, but we participated in an endurance race. That was part of the endurance team. And 24-hour endurance, definitely not fun running an extra hour stint on top of 6 hours, especially when one of those stints was the start of the race. Never fun to be the one starting the race and then having long stints. The start of the race is the most difficult time in an endurance race. That's where you're going to get the most drivers who can't pace themselves, who make mistakes, who overdrive and push the limits of what they're capable of doing. If you have a good endurance teammate, ooh, Raptor Virtual Racing comes down the main straight. He's going to pass the standing Lamborghini. And that's a position gained as, okay, I thought something happened. It clicked away. And Flynn off into the gravel. I don't think he loses a position here, but that is a little bit close between him and Tristan. And now the Lamborghini has its work cut out for it. Ivan is going to have to push forward and try to catch up to the Ferrari. But for me, as long as you pace yourself on the start of the race, you can run upwards 7-8 hours of driving. Depending on who you are. If you're younger than 18, it's easier. If you're older than 18, it starts to get much more difficult. As Spinner off the track, so both of the 757 Motorsport cars having spins. Wonder if they just didn't have their setups quite refined for this race. Running two different cars, it would make sense that they wouldn't have perfect setups. It is Barcelona as well. It's a difficult track. These drivers have been going for a very, very long time. And, I mean, it's impressive going 3 hours. I tend to drive endurance like it's a sprint. So, I keep driving at full push for hours and hours. As Tristan is off the track, that's unfortunate. That's not a fun spot to lose it. But yeah, I keep pushing for hours and hours. I'll give it 100%. If I make a mistake, I make a mistake. I usually have the car, whether it be I'm driving a stable car or I'm driving a car down-tuned to be more stable, so I have that leeway to be more aggressive. Lots of drivers off the track. Very, very interesting here. And that's going to be costly for a lot of them. Is it enough to make the difference? I don't think it's enough to make the difference, but they could well lose out on a place or two by doing that. I know we already saw that Tristan likely lost out on a position with their spin, as well, the car in front of them had a big incident, so they were going to catch up as two cars go off track. So we're seeing a lot of drivers struggling with track limits, struggling with the cars, and right now, it's not looking so set in stone. It's not looking so set in stone, and that's going to play into the mind games. It's going to play into this final hour. Here at Phoenix Sim Sport, an hour of racing is a full race distance, so essentially we have an entire race distance still left to go. It's not over yet. These drivers are going to keep on driving for the next 45 minutes. It is a short race distance, but it's still a race distance, and anything can happen in 45 minutes. As Tristan has yet another off track that's going to drag. Well, it's going to drag the 674 BMW into that fight. I am trying to pronounce the last names, the first names, whatever name makes the most sense to try and pronounce quickly. But if I do mispronounce your name, do let me know, because I am not perfect. And I don't think anyone is perfect. And last names is one of the most difficult things. The spinner goes off the track again, causes another yellow flag. And things are shaking up a little bit. Lots of drivers are having issues. You keep hearing me say there's yellow flags. Well, there's yellow flags. And Kevin gaining a lot of time to Nicholas. So Nicholas makes a big mistake in the 130 McLaren. I did see a couple of drivers in the paddock chat talking about how the McLaren is a very difficult car to drive here. I agree, but I think it is balanced adequately here. It is on the pace. It's difficult. It's a car that wants you to drive it sideways, and the cars are BOP'd for esports pace, which does mean that esports drivers are driving the McLaren without TC. They're driving it very, very sideways, and they're pushing very, very hard in that McLaren. Whereas in the Ferrari, you don't have to slide the car as much. It's more grippy. And esports drivers aren't driving as wild with the Ferrari as they are with the McLaren. That plays an impact for us, because that means if you want to drive the McLaren and have it be BOP'd properly, you have to drive like the esports drivers do. You have to drive it very sideways. You have to drive it on the edge of grip. You have to drive it on the limit every lap after lap, and just keep on pushing and pushing and pushing. It's not an endurance car. It's a tricky car. I always say it's a little bit more of a stable car for shorter races, but longer races, the McLaren gets very, very unruly. And that's what we're seeing with like Spinner struggling with the car, and I think that's just down to lots of fuel and very, very far into the race. Track is cold. There's not a lot of grip for offer. While it's great for lap times, it's a struggle. As Spinner goes off the track yet again. I wonder if he's gotten damage any of these times. Damage would certainly be a good reason why he's struggling so much with the car, and he has damage to the rear of that car. The suspension is ruined, and big tell for the ruined suspension. If the car is randomly losing it, either under braking or throttle, without much steering input, because we'll go to like the driver view here. I mean, he's steering, but he's not steering like crazy. And you can see it just wants to let go. But it's a tricky car. It's balanced properly, but it's a tricky car. It's not an easy car to drive. Now, it's certainly an easy car to get a good lap time in. Ooh, as he's going to be stuck in the pit lane here. I wonder if he meant to do that or if that was completely accidental, but that is, well, that might be his race well and truly over. As Raptor Virtual Racing goes off the track, that's going to leave the Lamborghini, and Lamborghini is going to close in. He's going to have to defend on the straightaway. We have a battle here for P4 in the final 40 minutes of racing. Raptor Virtual Racing doesn't defend the inside. Now the Lamborghini has that inside line. He's going to have the inside for turn 1, and that inside line is going to be monumental in his overtake, as he's going to make up the position before the end of the straightaway, so it wouldn't have mattered if the Raptor Virtual Racing defended. I wonder if they saw that, but now they have to push and try to close in that gap, and it's going to be difficult. It's going to be very, very difficult for them to make up this position after losing it like that, because, mind you, Raptor Virtual Racing, they were on the long stint. They saved the pit stop and that's why they gained the position. But now, that gained position is all but lost. And they have more fuel, they have older tires. They are at a disadvantage here. And Romain has been driving this car wonderfully, but that small mistake is going to make the difference. And while it has made the difference, is now that Lamborghini just needs to push and run away. If that Lamborghini can run away from the Raptor Virtual Racing Ferrari here, if Romain is unable to keep up, that's a great position for the Lamborghini, and that is their starting position. I'm pretty sure the Raptor Virtual Racing car is still up a position, regardless of what they do. So the 555 and the 30 are both finishing both where they started and one in front of where they started. Lamborghini right back to where they started. Started P4, could have been P3, but I don't think they are going to take P3, as we have the Bentley in P3 right now. Bentley has been a surprising car. They have surprised us, and they surprised us in a very, very good way. Saying that, they are in an hour-long stint right now, so the Bentley will have to pit. Will they lose the position with the pit stop? Probably not, but that's going to drag them closer. And them being closer is great for... It's great for the 55, it's great for the number 30. I think it's better for the 30 than it is for the 555, as the 555 is going to have the pressure of trying to overtake, and if the Bentley is slow, they're going to have to worry about defending. Welcome back, Yuzube. Is Yuzube here? No. Just looking at some of the reports so far. I mean, there's a lot of drivers. There's a lot of drivers involved in reports, but there's not a lot of reports. And Boosty and Mayhem both get a gifted sub from Darkness. Welcome to the stream, everyone who is here. We have been going for 3 hours, if you count qualifying, 3.5 hours. Actually, well, more than that now. Nearly 4 hours of driving for these drivers, and more than 4 hours if you count the free practice time. So they've been going for a very, very long time. Because while we say it's a 4-hour race, you gotta remember, there is free practice, there's qualifying, and the drivers who are running solo, they're running about 5 hours of driving today. 5, maybe even 6, depending on how much free practice they put in before the race. So that's a very, very long time to be behind the wheel of a car. And be behind the wheel of the car, focusing 100%. I know during free practice you don't need to focus as much, but some of these drivers were putting in some good lap times in free practice. They were pushing their cars, trying to figure everything out, and they're going to be under a lot of strain. It is going very, very well for the stream. I did see your message, but I did want to finish my point. Stream, yeah, stream is going very, very nicely right now. Welcome back, Yuzube.
Have to check on the kids.
Yeah, all good. So Bentley is pitting right now. Is it going to be enough for the Lamborghini to make up the move? I don't think it's going to be enough. We did see the Raptor Virtual Racing car made a huge mistake, lost out on P4, fell back into P5, and wasn't able to keep up with the Lamborghini. Lamborghini is on the better tire set. They have the advantage now, because what the Raptor Virtual Racing car had was the time advantage from their pit stop, but that big slide, it's cost them tires, it's cost them time, and now they've fallen back. As Tristan goes off in the chicane, just waits to rejoin as we were watching Lamborghini go through. Yeah, Darkness, you did great in the car. I mean, if you look at your teammate P12, Very respectable from 18 positions. That's about halfway through. And looking at your
An improvement
yeah,
from
looking at your
quali.
qualifying, that's two positions gained from your qualifying, and that's very, very nicely done. Braga is also up significantly on their qualifying. 5 positions gained. They are the highlight of the day, I think, for positions gained. I think my highlight for racing though today is the Bentley. Bentley, I would definitely put as my driver of the day. Drove a fantastic race, got themselves up very, very far on the grid, and well, they've held it down. They've managed to time everything properly, and now they're finishing P3 from well, from what was P7 on the grid. So 4 positions gained for them. It's a monumental effort and a wonderful, wonderful drive. And speaking of, the Bowser car is not out of this yet. The 130 McLaren up in front is up for grabs. They are within a second. They are on a, well, the Bowser car is on 10 minutes less of a stint, so they have the advantage here. There's a good chance they can gain a position. And Kevin goes through the first sector, goes into the second sector, and gets ready for the third. He is closing in, and closing in rapidly, as last lap Nicholas made a mistake, and that mistake is going to cost him significantly. I love the glow in the dark name or number plates. I wish you could use glow in the dark paint on the actual car itself.
That should be funny, yeah.
Yeah, imagine being able to change the material and change how glow in the dark it is.
I think we are asking too much, to be honest with you.
Oh, you know I would make all of the purple on my livery like glow in the dark. That would look so good.
Hopefully for the AC2 that they are working on, that we have in-game actually livery configurations. We have a yellow flag for Flame.
Camera does not show where he is. But I'm more interested in this battle right now because it's BMW versus the McLaren on the straightaway, and we all know how this goes. BMW is a much quicker car on the straightaway than the McLaren, and the McLaren doesn't get the exit they need. That's the BMW up a position almost effortless. In fact, it is completely effortless as Kevin makes up the position. Now down into turn 1, the McLaren isn't even going to have a chance to fight back. And Kevin is going to drive away. Only unfortunate thing is he was lapped, so he's just unlapped himself. And my timing sheet was showing that that was a position.
Nice fight coming up with Braga and Webby. P10 and P9.
Indeed. Let's hope this is an actual fight and my race director is not tricking me. But closing in significantly, Braga is going to attempt to make the move into the final sector potentially. As he goes wide, gets the switchback. Not quite, but does try to get a good exit. Is right on the bumper of Webby. Webby's going to be under an immense amount of pressure as very late on the brakes both of them go, and through the chicane. It's a way, way better exit for Braga. It's going to be a big run down the straightaway, and Webby might not be able to defend this. As here comes Braga. Webby has to go to the inside, has to defend, has to think defensively. And on his rear wing, you can see here comes Braga down the inside. They are going to be side by side entering the corner. And through the first corner, it's going to be late braking from Webby to hold the position around the outside. A little bit too late. Now that's going to be Braga with the switchback side by side for the third corner. And around the outside, it doesn't work here, but it is working a little bit for Braga as they try to sweep around the outside. Not quite enough of an effort, but a monumental attempt from them to almost make the move. And it is going to be an attempt at the move here, again, side by side through the fourth corner. And now fifth corner side by side. Around the outside goes Braga. Webby on the inside. Very, very late on the brakes and across onto the gravel. And that's going to be Webby holding that position. A great attempt from Braga, but just a little bit too late on the brakes and is going to cost him in the long run.
Yeah,
As
that
now
sideline on turn 3, there is no grip there on the outside, so
it was a great attempt. It was a really, really great attempt. And he very, very nearly made the move, but just didn't make it as a spinner off the track yet again. I wonder how he's losing control of the car constantly, because he was driving really quick early on, And now all of a sudden the car's really difficult to drive for him.
The time zone for him is a little bit late for him today. And don't forget, he's doing it solo, so maybe he's starting to be a little bit tired also. I saw that he was on a pits later.
Whatever the case, it's another run for Braga as even closer than last lap.
He's
Exiting
almost
the
pushing him
corner.
to the chicane.
I mean, he might as well be pushing him. As down the main straight, we'll go on board with him, see if he's able to gain as much time as before. I think Webby had a slightly better exit this time. Braga's going to think about the outside move. Doesn't quite go for it. Webby very late on the brakes, did get in their head. And now Webby runs wide. It's going to be Braga with a great run. Down into the third corner, side by side, the inside line. We saw this work better for Webby last time. And that inside line is the one to go for as Braga makes up the position. Webby falls back. So now Webby's going to be on the back foot, trying to defend, trying to take back the position he just lost. As Braga takes that position away. And hopefully, well, I suppose they would hope that they hold on to it. I think we're rooting for Webby as he is one of our long-standing Phoenix drivers, but I hold no bias here. And it's a great little battle. Previous lap, Braga learned a lot. Learned their lesson and went for it this time with all of that newfound knowledge. And that is Webby down a position, Braga up a position, and a beautiful move, showing off why playing it smart and learning from your mistakes is better than not. But it's not over yet. It is not over yet. This battle might be over, but it is not over quite yet. There's still 30 minutes of racing, and a lot can happen in 30 minutes. It doesn't sound like a lot when you compare it to 4 hours, but it's still a long time.
It is. I'm looking at P6 right now, and the Porsche, the 78, is catching at quite a nice pace. The car in front, slowly but steady. So we might see something in a few minutes.
I think I've done my best to showcase all the drivers on the track this race.
And we have a yellow
Ooh,
flag.
Nicholas off track. That might... No, that's not going to be a loss of position. Kevin is a minute 30 back. That's a very, very long distance. But, yeah, for all of the drivers who are watching this after the fact, thank you for showing up for the 4 hours of Barcelona. It's been wonderful having you here. You guys have put on a great show for the stream. I think you guys have had a great race. At least I would hope you guys have had a great race. I've had a wonderful time watching everything unfold. It's been exciting. It's been quite exciting. It's been almost non-stop action. It hasn't quite been non-stop action. Like right now there is a stop in the action, but we are still paying attention to a car that can potentially fight. And a car that is catching up to the cars in front. He is making a little bit of a mistake, and that is going to cost him lap time. The Raptor Virtual Racing car, Romain, is going to have to push, and push hard to keep that Porsche at bay. With 30 minutes still, it's not all over, and a big mistake is going to cost him a lot of lap time. As he slides on corner exit. And that's a second lost and a second gained for the Porsche. I don't know. It looks like he is going to catch. I don't know if he's going to be able to make the move. That's the only thing I'm quite worried about is whether or not he's going to make the move within the time period.
Yeah, that's gonna be the question. But he's catching quite fast right now. Last lap was 9 times faster.
He is. I think Romain made a mistake though.
Most likely, but the gap has been slowly being smaller each lap. But let's see. As you know, catching is one thing, overtaking is another.
Uh, 2 seconds separate them now from what was 3 seconds last lap. So at this pace, they are going to battle for the final 20 minutes of racing. 20 minutes is a tall ask for defending, but it's not impossible. And especially in these conditions where the cars are so worn and so used, it's really, really going to be down to driver skill that comes out on top. Who has the better mental stamina to fight a battle? And right now, it's looking like probably the Porsche. The Porsche has the advantage. He is the chasing car. Chasing car is always the easier position for mentality. You can mess with your opponent, get in their head. You have so many more options at your disposal as the defensive car, or as the offensive car, than as the defensive car. And with just a second separating them, that's going to be a lot more pressure for Romain. And Romain is making mistakes here. And he's not going to stop making mistakes because the Porsche is here. If the Porsche wasn't here, there's a chance he could stop making mistakes, but it's going to get in his head, it's going to mess with him mentally, and it's going to be a lot of pressure. And pressure in an endurance race is something that a lot of drivers, I don't think they think about it. Good endurance drivers have a much higher tolerance for pressure, but that comes with a lot of experience. And endurance racing is already a hard enough sport to get a lot of experience in, just given every race you do is a huge event. So you can't just do it one after the other, whereas a sprint race, dealing with pressure, it's like, what, 20 minutes? 20 minutes of driving in front, oh wow. But here, it's, oh, I have 4 hours of this car behind me. Am I going to be fast enough? And the blue flag car is not going to be helpful in the slightest. Romain is going to get held up big time, flashing the lights. I know he's very, very frustrated here. I would be as well. And that's going to be the 757 Motorsports Ferrari giving way at last, but that did close the distance between the Porsche and the Ferrari. And I don't know who has the strongest straight line speed here, but it's going to come into play. And it's going to be quite dramatic. The Porsche is quicker on the straightaway, and he has the slipstream, so there's a chance he makes the move here into turn 1. I don't know that he does, but he can, as he pulls out to the right-hand side. Is he going to dive for it? He is going to dive for it. A very, very late dive bomb maneuver, and a very, very smooth dive bomb maneuver from the Porsche. And it's a move we saw him do already once before in this race. Super, super late on the brakes, but manages to just stick it on the apex. And that Porsche handles like glue. The moment you get it stuck onto a surface, it is stuck onto that surface. But if you, I'm pretty sure if you slide against glue, it still slips. You gotta wait for the glue to settle. And the Porsche drives a lot like that. Yeah, Romain, I mean, he looks like he's driving tired. He's not pushing the car to the limits. His lines are a little bit sloppy. He's definitely getting onto that point in an endurance race where you start to get really tired and you just want to be out of the car. But you can't get out of the car, you just have to keep driving. And you have to keep on driving, and you have to keep driving, because you've still got 23 minutes remaining in this race. And it's not enough for you to sit back and relax anymore. You still have a car 30 seconds back, so there's still a chance that you could earn yourself a penalty, get pushed back of the field.
Yeah.
It's not over yet.
It's never over until the finish line, basically. So.
And it's painful as a driver seeing the timer so low. Because it's 20 minutes. It's low for an endurance driver, but it's 20 minutes of driving. And you really, at this point in the race, you don't want to be driving for more 20 minutes.
You don't, because especially those who are driving it solo, they have been driving for 3.5 hours now, which is still a challenge.
Well, I will also point out GOVEE, 30 minutes quali and free practice. So
yeah, of course. So it's not only the race; it's the preparation itself. So you never know. You never know. Look.
Nico, open your window. Open your window. I'll toss in the champagne while you're driving.
Yeah. So be careful, Nico. you are in a good position, of course, but as you know by experience from this race itself, things can go wrong real quick. So, as we just saw someone missing the chicane completely.
Ah, that's the new line,
Uh,
Yuzubi.
So yeah, even so that, for example, taking on Nico commentary, is 1 minute and 15 in the front of the race, but he was at this position before today and he actually lost it. So let's wait for the end because, like we know, things can change quite rapidly. And as we know, like we were saying, there is people driving for 3.5 hours plus the 30 minutes quali plus 1 hour of practice. So that's about 6 hours already in the game. Uh, some of them may be without a break, so the fatigue will start coming too. It might be not even only the physical part of the racing itself, but even
I think the mental
the
fatigue
mental
is
part.
more
Yeah.
important in endurance racing.
The mental part will start to playing a role here.
As Tristan is in the pit lane,
Yep.
is that going to lose them
So
a position? I don't think it
we have
is.
Spinner against the wall.
Spinner has spun.
Yep.
Ah, he's following his namesake.
He's following, but he was having a good race. He's about to get back into the track now. But again, it's a good example that I'm feeling that Spinner is making small mistakes by the fatigue itself. Again, it's great to see him doing a 4-hour solo race. The small mistakes are start to increasing.
You should not be having problems with the brakes unless you are on brake pads 1. If you're on brake pads 1 and you're starting to have problems with the brakes, then
That's normal.
yeah.
Already, to make it honest, if you are on brake pads 1 after 3.5 hours, you are good. You are good to go still. You are doing a nice job because normally brake pads 1 after 2 hours, they should be broken. Especially the pads. And 34 unfortunately got a stop and go by speeding on the pit lane.
That might impact things. That might be a loss of a position for them.
It might, yeah.
In fact, that is a loss of a position. So that is Tristan dropping back, and that's the BMW moving forward. Yeah, ideally for 4 hours you run brake pads 2. Don't run brake pads 1 or brake pads 4 or brake pads 3. Oh, if you have a red square on the brake pads, that means you are overheating and destroying your pads. Used to be they're having the issue we had in the GT2s.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
You are going to have a very unfun race. I can tell you that much. Which car is Juan? Which car number? I need to see what car number you are so I can see what's going on. Okay, I'm on the right car then. Yeah, if you are starting to get braking issues, then you need to start pacing yourself. Because braking issues are exponential. The moment that red square appears, your brakes are done for, and you need to do everything you can to make them last the distance. And you've got plenty of time to the cars behind. You're not going to lose any positions, but yeah, you're going to start to lose braking performance, and then you're going to lose more braking performance, and the fronts are going to have to do more work, and the fronts are going to lose more braking performance. And overall, you're just going to continually lose more and more braking performance, which means you have to use more brakes, which means you break the brakes quicker, and then it's a downward spiral where the more you brake, the worse your brakes get, and the more you need to brake. it's not good. It is it's about the worst possible thing for your brakes and for your tires. But right now, everything's sort of leveled out. I don't think there's much change happening on track. And 15 minutes to the end of the race. This is the stage of the race where it kind of gets a little bit boring.
It can, yes.
Yeah, you pretty much know who's gonna win. You know who's gonna lose. You know who's gonna get P2, P3,
Well,
P4, P5, P6, P7, P8, P9.
But we get a nice idea, and
Yeah,
again,
but with like
things
10
can
seconds gap
change.
between everyone, there's very little that's going to change. As Tristan stays out, Tristan is going to have to serve that stop-go or they will get DSQ'd. I hope they know. I mean, ever if there's a time for interviews. No, there is losing darkness. It's
No, there
called
isn't.
it's called quitting the race. Can't lose if you. I mean, I guess you can't lose if you don't finish the race. Do you want to move Kelly in here for an interview, or do you think Kelly wouldn't appreciate it?
You should have the window open like always.
So he will not be able to hear him.
Most likely.
Yeah,
Why not?
if you wanna join for an interview, Nico, just join any of the calls and we'll pull you in.
Amazing. How you are P1 and still, yeah, okay.
Yep, able to just use Discord while driving.
Yay, it's amazing. You remember me on someone.
Well, I can actually now do that, Yuzubi, now that I have the keyboard tray.
Yeah, I did the same during. You remember, Caroline?
I've had to like go in and mute people while driving before. Is Nico in any of the calls yet? No. Fast driver, not fast at joining calls. No, but it's a monumental drive, and it's wonderful to see.
It is. It was unfortunate that he spawned and lost that advantage that he had at the beginning, but then he got lucky himself that the guy in P2 also got some unfortunately bad luck.
It's the way the
But I
cookie
think-
crumbles, and that is
Yeah,
a
it's-
position gain for the 674 as Tristan is in the pit lane, serving
serving
that
that
stop
stop-go.
go. So that's the BMW up a position, and well, it was like a minute gap, so that's a huge change, especially so late into the race. Nico is now on a call. You can pull him. I can't pull him because I do not have permission.
Give me a second. Let's go. Ah,
Oh, are they
Fighting.
fighting? They're blue flags. Why are they fighting?
is he here? Yes.
Is he here in the call?
He's muted, but he's here.
Hello, Nico. Welcome to the commentary booth. So you are having a fantastic race right now. You've done a wonderful job to get the car where it is right now. A little bit of a mistake halfway through the race, but you have recovered and are very comfortably in P1 as Kevin nearly collides with the back of Kelly here. How are you doing? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling fine. Guys doing pretty well. Kinda noticing the wear right now.
Yeah, it's that time in the race where are you pretty much just ready to be done with the car?
Yeah, I'm happy. It's very good.
Yeah, you weren't really contested this race. I wish Yuzubi was on track to race you.
Yeah, I think without the DT of Phoenix, it could have been also very close.
Someone is saying you sound like a ghost. Is this true? Are you a ghost?
No, I'm a penguin.
Oh, see. Penguin designed race cars are faster than normal race cars. You can tell because penguins weigh less, which means you have less ballast in the car.
Yeah, that's correct.
They can pretty much take out the pedal assembly as well, because you're not going to need that.
Well, I'm throttling and braking with the steering wheel.
I mean, you can. It is possible on modern wheels.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, will you be joining us for Season 9 of Phoenix SimSport in our Sprint Championship?
Sadly not. I already
Aww.
talked with Maverick, I think, and I already race on Saturdays evening every second week, so...
You're not going to join us for every other
Yeah,
week
maybe.
then?
Yeah, maybe for a couple of races, if it fits time-wise.
I mean, it would be nice to have another fast driver on track. We love when fast people show up.
Yeah, I still blame USB for not having a Red Bull ready when I pitted.
Ooh, side by side. Kevin just barely has room on that outside line. And he's going to make up the move down the back straightaway. That's Kelly getting passed by the blue flag car. And Kelly with the switchback is going to just quickly show him how it's done. And around the outside potentially. Kevin clips the grass heavy on the brakes. Still around the outside. And they are fighting for it. And Kelly is going to hold on to the position and take back that position. Although I believe this is pretty much just for fun. I don't know that Kelly would be too happy getting crashed out now, though, because it is 20 seconds to the car behind. So still a chance, but a good battle between the two drivers here. And Kevin is going to go down the inside again, down the main straight. Is he going to be able to make that move stick? Kelly very late on the brakes. Kevin very early on the brakes is not going to make up the move. Kelly around the outside manages to just hold on to it. I think Kevin's driving a little bit safer than he would otherwise, given he does not want to take out Kelly here. And I cannot blame him. He is a blue flag car. He is supposed to be the safe one here. That being said, he is fighting quite ahead. I don't think you're going to catch up to the drivers on the failing brake pads. I don't think there's a chance for it. That link does not work, Yuzubi.
No, it's broken.
It's broken. Well, someone can click and drag and copy and paste that if they really want to. So, Nico, any fun plans for the final lap? Gonna drive and do 5 360s, crash into Maverick maybe?
I think I collect everyone and then we have a nice finish.
Alright, alright. All drivers crossing the line at the same time. 18 wide.
I don't think the track is wide enough for that, but...
Well, there's a lot of grass. You might be able to fit 18 cars. As across the line Kelly goes, Kevin is still trying to make up this move. And it might be a dive down the inside from Kevin? No. He's going to stay behind just for now. Alright, well Nico, we look forward to seeing you celebrate at the end of the race. If you want to stay, I have no problem with it, but I will sort of continue to commentate, so... it's not quite an interview.
Well, that's fine for me.
Oh, big mistake
keeps me
from
helping.
Kelly.
Yep.
And Kevin's going to go down the inside and make up the move. Kelly's going to try to come back at him and try to make up that move. What car was that off the track? I do not know. But the car that they want to fight with is already in turn 2, so I don't think there's a chance for Kevin to fight anyone other than Kelly.
No, most likely. And they are fighting. Let's remember everyone that the car in front right now, Kevin, it's a blue flag, but
Yeah,
they know each
I
other.
don't think they're fighting very hard. They're just fighting for fun.
Yeah, they're fighting for fun, and we saw Spinner again off of the track again, but he just rejoined.
Yeah, he's struggling.
He's struggling, yeah.
Ooh,
sure.
Kelly very, very wide of the corner. Big mistake there. And another big mistake as he slams into the sausage curb. Does manage to just about keep control of the car, though. But that does not do well for his lap times. Don't think it's going to matter much, though.
Going back to the positions right now and comparing to quali, the Bentley did a great job to get that car into P3 today.
Yeah, the Bentley, I think the Bentley is quick in a straight line. The Bentley is consistent.
Yep.
And the driver in the car did a great job.
4 position improvement today. It's the first double diver team if you want. The best position today. The top 2 drivers today are solo drivers. So it's a nice team effort to be there with that car especially. We also have a nice 5 position gain from quali to P5, which is the guys on the Porsche.
Braga? Oh, Porsche.
On the guys on the Porsche, they improved 5 positions from quali, and also of course the ACM team with Braga and Eli on car 48, which improved 6 positions right now. I think let's call it the big losses today were from Samsung with car number 6, who lost 5 positions from quali, which was P3 if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was P3.
And then of course the 2 cars that already left the race, the 97 but especially the 67, who lost quite big on that first incident, and then we got the hardware problems during the race, which is never nice, of course. But we still have 16 out of the 18 going, which is great to see.
Yeah, that's great retention, and just 4 minutes left. Looking at Nico, that's going to be what, 3 more laps potentially?
Run that, yeah. Spinnery just stopped middle of the track right now, so he's really struggling. But
I think he's giving way to faster cars before he rejoins.
yeah, he's just trying to find a gap, a secure gap on the track to, I think, not to affect anyone.
Yeah, I think Spinner's given up. He's just trying to get the car to the end. I respect it.
Yeah, most likely.
Most drivers in his position would just retire from the race and say, yep, I'm done. Most wouldn't keep on driving well after they've already given up on racing, but he's gonna keep the car going. He's gonna bring it home and manage to secure P16. It's better than the other 2 drivers.
We see a lot of improvement during the race. Like, for example, we were talking about Kevin and Darkness like 5 minutes ago, and they improved 2 positions from the quali, and both drivers with very good stints today, considering the pace, of course, but always on the pace. We saw Flynn and Ollie actually losing some positions today because they had some kind of spin sooner on the race. They had to basically stop a lot sooner than predicted, so I think that affected the race. But yeah, and especially a very clean race overall. As you said like some minutes ago.
Yeah, it's been very, very clean. I mean, there's been quite a few drivers involved in reports, but it's like what, different drivers for every report, and there's only what, 6 reports?
Yeah, we had contactors in the track. We had around 15 contactors, which resulted in 5 or 6 reports.
So whatever, what's 15 divided by 4?
Oh, it's around 4 point something. So
yeah, so like 4 contacts per hour.
Yeah, which is very acceptable. Yeah,
And
spin is
considering
really
not every contact is a penalty,
no,
I
no,
mean there's light bumps.
we had 4 of those 15 resulting into a penalty today, and actually we have 5 reports from drivers,
Yeah,
which
so
half
like
of them
one penalty
report.
per hour.
Yeah, so it's very clean race. We saw it on lap 1. There was that unfortunate incident on turn 1, but nothing that could be avoided. Overall, a very clean race, so very nice from every single driver.
And we will just go on board with Nico for this final lap of racing. The driver who started on pole and drove most of the race on pole, a big mistake halfway through, but he's managed to put himself back onto that top spot, and he's currently, I think, going to lap the, he's gonna lap P3, so he's gonna be ahead of almost every single driver on track. I believe I might have even lapped Fever, if I'm not mistaken. No, Fever is just down the road, so he's almost lapped Fever. He's almost lapped the entire field of racing today, and it's a wonderful, monumental drive from Nico to take P1. I don't think there's anything that could take away his P1 by now. And he will take P1 in the 4 hours of Barcelona for Phoenix Sim Sport. And what a great drive it was. It was practically flawless, besides from the flaws, which made it flawful. Is flawful a word? I don't know.
I don't know, I think you lost your English somewhere.
I lost it somewhere, but he has not lost the pace as he crosses the line, turns on the hazards to show drivers that he is slowing down. And it's Nico taking P1, Fever in P2, and it's going to be potentially the Bentley in P3 as he crosses the, well, he's on his final lap and crosses through the first sector into the second sector. He is going to be P3 because no one can take it away, as P4 is now secured with the Lamborghini taking P4, the Porsche in P5. And the Raptor virtual racing car crosses the line in P6. Kelly is going to take home P7 eventually with the cars around him. Samsung in the pit lane having finished the race. Braga having finished the race. Webby having finished the race. Nicholas having finished the race. Kevin Barfield in P12 right now is going to cross the line and finish P12 as he is. And Flynn is going to be P13 as he crosses the line. It's going to be how to pronounce your name? Chabane in P14 crosses the line. It's going to be Tristan taking P15, and Spinner manages to get that car across the line and take P16 in the race. Bentley, definitely my highlight driver of the day. Did a wonderful job to get the Bentley as far forward as they did. And especially looking at their best lap time compared to some of the front runners. It's a wonderful, wonderful drive, but Nico is the driver to, well, to highlight for winning the race. Just gonna get rid of the HUD if we can. There we go. So much nicer. And yeah, thank you everyone for showing up to the race. You all did a wonderful job. This was a this was a blast to commentate for. It was a blast to watch. And I hope you all had a wonderful time driving. Hopefully you'll join us for Season 9 of Phoenix Sim Sport as we do go racing in just a week. Next Saturday we will be racing here at Phoenix Sim Sport. Believe it is the same time unless you are someone like me who is dealing with daylight savings. I don't know when the transition is. But yeah. Thank you, everyone. Thank you all of my stewards who did a wonderful job evaluating all the incidents today, and everyone who stuck from beginning to end. Is a wonderful, wonderful race. All the wonderful liveries as well. I hope to see some wonderful pictures in the gallery after the race. You all take care, and I will see you all whenever I next commentate. Otherwise, you'll see Flynn commentating.